Chapter 1742. With the great completion of the divine physique, Yi Fan's name spread throughout the world. Every part of the cosmos was greatly shaken. Without a doubt, an unrivaled expert had appeared in this world. The world was greatly shaken. Every great king race and every great creature in the cosmos were endlessly shaken. The great completion of the divine physique could challenge the great emperor. This wasn't just empty words, he truly had that kind of power. Many years had passed. The Azure Emperor passed away in meditation and Gai Jiuyo sighed with regret. Finally, such a person had reappeared. The unrivaled power of the great emperor level would appear in the present world. This was a storm that was incomparable and surpassed the past. It even spread to the mortal world. Even children had heard of the two words Yi Fan. The world was in an uproar. The 10 wastelands were trembling. A divine physique of great accomplishment was born in our era. He killed the strongest expert of the tyrant blood of the firmament as soon as he crossed the tribulation. Who can compete with him? Will the next 10,000 years be his era? A character who can challenge the great emperor has truly appeared. Will he settle things with the ancient supreme beings? The world was restless. There were sounds of discussion everywhere. Many people guessed that Yi Fan would inevitably go to the life-restricted region to demand an explanation. News of what happened a while ago had spread throughout the world. Moreover, many people had personally witnessed the scene of him fleeing for his life and being chased by a supreme being. Everyone predicted that there would inevitably be a tremendous storm. These words are incorrect. All things should be peaceful. I believe that Dao Friend Yi will consider things from many sides. He might not necessarily fight a great battle immediately. An old man spoke. It was precisely the great sage Hunshuo who hadn't been seen for a long time. He was in good spirits. His face was ruddy and his forehead was extremely bright. Not good, the god of misfortune has predicted again. He has a crow's mouth, every time the prophecy comes the opposite. I think the life-restricted region is going to suffer a great misfortune this time. If I were a supreme being, I would eliminate this loser first. You guys are still so calm after seeing the god of misfortune. Hurry up and run. Whoever runs into him will be unlucky. An old cultivator fled in defeat. It can't be. He's already so powerful that even the divine wind great sage fled. How can he be so evil? You group of juniors were all born in the past few hundred years, right? Back then, when Hunshuo moved unhindered through the world, even your ancestors had to run. Yi Fan had achieved great success, and his influence was enormous. This was a huge uproar. Figures who had not appeared for many years had appeared again. An era that belonged to the holy physique had arrived. Perhaps it would be the start of an invincible and glorious era. Many great waves and events would take place during this period. People were looking forward to it. Conquering the life-forbidden region was no longer just empty talk, perhaps it was about to become a reality. The celestial court can finally return to the world. The ones who were the most excited were the veterans. The military divisions of the celestial court began to return. They crossed countless galaxies with their banners and turned into a torrent of steel as they headed toward the former site of the celestial court. Gather, beat the war drums, raise the flag, and summon my celestial court's army back. The Black Emperor personally gave the order. In the old place of the celestial court, great banners rumbled about, releasing the sounds of wind and thunder. True dragons coiled about, phoenixes cried out, shaking the cosmos. Hee, only 2 little girls in the celestial court could be so lively and not care about the grand occasion today. Little Z and little Nan chased each other and played happily. Ji Ziyue looked at them dotingly, guarding them to prevent them from going overboard and running into the starry sky. There was no other way. Not to mention little Nan, even little Z could fly now. As for Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others, they had long been excited. They carried wine jars and patrolled everywhere, urging their disciples to clean up the dusty old place of the celestial court. Troops appeared one after another, rushing towards this place without stopping. Many veterans were trembling with tears in their eyes. They were chased by the people of the Forbidden Region a while ago, and many of their old brothers had died. Some military divisions had completely disappeared. Now, they had returned strong and no one could stop them. The vast battle map drawn by Yi Fan in the past might become a reality. Oh, that is the army of the Celestial Court. As expected, they are all elites, a mighty army that never dies in 100 battles. Let's join the Celestial Court. Only such an army that has been through hundreds of battles is worthy of us joining. In the future, there will be fierce and hot-blooded battles, conquering the heavenly road, and sweeping the forbidden regions. A real man should fight with vigor. Along the way, many cultivators were discussing. Obviously, the celestial soldiers and generals had become the object of envy, and many people wanted to become one of them. Things were different now. Everyone knew that the Celestial Court would definitely be above all the major forces. No one could suppress them anymore, and even the life-forbidden regions could not act rashly. He actually made it this far. In the Big Dipper, some people sighed. Back then, they had competed with Yi Fan. Now, only a few hundred years had passed, and they found that the gap between them was so big that it was difficult to surpass it. What kind of concept was a great completion Saint Physique? But the battle with the Qing Emperor more than 10,000 years ago made their ancestors look up to and submit to him. That night, many people could not sleep, especially those who had been enemies with Yi Fan or even fought against him. They looked at the starry sky in silence. The Holy Lord of the Holy Land of Superyen sighed. He was originally a candidate for the son of Saint, but now he was the leader of a sect, and now he was a sage. He was already very strong. However, he could only remain silent as he looked at the figure that was high above, burning like a god and illuminating half the universe. A man with snow-white hair was also like this. He was the former holy son of the Holy Land of all beginnings, and now the Holy Lord. He stood alone in the night wind, looking very lonely. Back then, they were of the same generation, but now, it was as if they had been separated by thousands of years, and they were facing that bright figure who stood in the legendary era. We are no longer young, and we have reached the end of our glory. And he has just started. Such a young great completion Saint Physique, and there are not many people who can fight against the great emperor, right? Old friends of the past could only shake their heads and sigh. In the Jade Lake Holy Land, the unrealistically beautiful Jade Lake Saintess sat cross-legged in front of the 9 orifices divine fetus. She said softly to herself, regardless of the past, in this era, perhaps only you can fight shoulder to shoulder with him. The immortal stone was sparkling, and the goddess was still sealed within it. She breathed in and out the world's essence energy, and powerful immortal life essence nourished the entire Jade Lake divine land. Now, she could already return the favor to the Holy Land, and not just for herself. In the Wind Clan, some people were silent. Meanwhile, the Wind Phoenix laughed softly and said, "A great completion Saint Physique has appeared. Isn't that good? From now on, this world will be peaceful for a long time. There won't be any dark chaos, because those people can't fight and will be afraid of him." Indeed. Her grandfather's black hair was still the same, and he was tall and valiant. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Everyone in the Wind Clan knew that many people in their clan had regrets, and it wasn't like what they said. It was because in the past, there was a chance that a great completion Saint Physique could be pulled into their clan. They knew that they might be able to see Yi Fan soon, because he would inevitably come to the Big Dipper's life-forbidden region and forcefully descend to demand an explanation. Everyone was shaken at the thought of this possibility, and some of the younger disciples even felt their blood boil. How many people dared to step into the life-forbidden region and settle accounts with the ancient supreme beings? They were all great emperors. Only today did they truly understand how terrifying a great completion Saint Physique was. Who in the world could be a match for a great completion Saint Physique that could intimidate all the geniuses since ancient times? However, things weren't as they imagined. After Yi Fan recovered his strength, he didn't return to the Celestial Court, nor did he go to the Tyrant Body Ancestral Star. He also didn't go to the future Big Dipper's life-forbidden region. The stars flickered, and brilliant light retreated from his side. He didn't conceal his aura at all, alarming all the major powers in the starry sky as he headed towards a vile land. His great completion Saint physique was like a man with blood energy piercing the heavens. His thick black hair danced chaotically, and his gaze was like cold lightning. His first stop was the underworld, and he entered an ominous land shrouded in dark mist. The first divine general of the ancient heaven, Chuanying, had fallen. He was buried in the underworld in order to stop the emperor of the underworld. Yi Fan wanted to see what was going on and ask for an explanation. Chuanying suppressed the underworld for 100 years, buying the most precious time for Yi Fan. No matter how one looked at it, he had to come here. Yi Fan went to the underworld. This news shook all the realms. A great completion Saint physique was going to fight against the most mysterious underworld since ancient times. This news was absolutely explosive. This would be Yi Fan's first battle after the great completion Saint physique and the consummate tribulation. It attracted the attention of countless people, and it wasn't too far off to say that the whole world was shaken. The underworld was really mysterious. It was born from death and seized all fortunes. He was an emperor path expert when he was alive, and after death, his physical body changed again. He was the emperor of the underworld, and he was the first. His origin was mysterious, and he was unimaginably powerful. Deathly aura pervaded the air, and the underworld earth was desolate. This place had been destroyed. Stars fell one after another, smashing out endless craters here. The underworld earth was vast and boundless, like a different universe. Death was the eternal theme, and the black earth was endless. Yi Fan frowned. He saw many shocking scenes. There was no end to this vast underworld earth, and there were many corpses in the deep craters smashed out by the stars. He didn't know what era they were from. He walked through the endless black earth, and everywhere he saw was destruction. Rivers of blood, corpses, and many coffins could be seen underground. This place was ruined, destroyed beyond recognition. The underworld seemed to have reached the end of its decline. One could imagine how intense that battle was. Yi Fan was astonished. Chuanying alone was this terrifying? Could it be that the underworld really was half destroyed? It was said that there was more than one supreme being sleeping here. If they fought to this extent, even the underworld earth was half destroyed, then there was no reason for the other supreme beings to not appear. He walked forward, finally seeing the Een soldiers. However, when these people saw him, they all backed up, not attacking. No matter how powerful they were, they all trembled under his aura. Who dared fight? This was the power of a supreme being. As long as blood energy surged, all creatures would tremble. Just the slightest bit of aura would make those powerful Een soldiers collapse. Everyone backed up. They were like ants looking up at a heavenly dragon, deeply feeling how insignificant they were. Those enormous monuments were all previously glorious monuments, engraved with the underworld world's great era, as well as the accomplishments of the past masters. However now, they were broken into pieces, their surfaces soaked in blood. Chuanying fought his way in, fighting extremely fiercely against the emperor of the underworld, destroying many things in the underworld. The territory here was vast and boundless, and one could tell a bit from the deep craters created by the countless stars. The Een soldiers were terrified. When faced with Yi Fan's arrival, many people couldn't endure it, kneeling on the ground. This didn't come from their hearts, but rather from the might of a supreme being. During this period, there were powerful war slaves that appeared, no lack of the most powerful quasi-emperor. However, in the end, they were all frightened, unable to get close, trembling with fear. Yi Fan charged straight into the underworld, as if he was entering an uninhabited land. In the end, he arrived at an important place in the underworld. A grand prison-suppressing palace stood before him, a person sitting on the steps there, his body covered in bloodstains. He wore black underworld iron armor that flowed with dark light. There were some areas that were damaged, black blood flowing out. In his right hand was a war spear that was propped up on the ground. In his left hand was a black gold shield that was placed on the steps. Yi Fan was shaken. It seemed like an unimaginable change happened in the underworld, different from what he had imagined. Chapter 1743. This was definitely the underworld's supreme being. This type of aura couldn't be mistaken. Only this type of person could suppress the 9 heavens like this, even if black blood flowed from his body. The Aeon's soldiers and generals had long scattered, not daring to come over. They were all trembling with fear, unable to endure the auras of 2 supreme beings. They were all terrified. Underworld Emperor? Yi Fan shouted. The other party was a supreme being, but he was also an existence of this level. He directly berated him, not feeling any fear at all. He came here to settle things. The underworld iron armor flickered with black light, but there were many areas that were damaged, dripping with black blood. That person sat on the steps in front of prison's suppressing palace, leaning on the war spear. His pupils were like 2 blades as he looked over coldly. Even his head was covered by the black underworld iron armor, only his eyes and mouth exposed. Not even a strand of hair could be seen, difficult to see his true appearance. You came late. He said this. Even though it was simple, it revealed many things. From his cold tone and somewhat unstable fluctuations, one could sense that his injuries were extremely serious. It was clear that he was implying that Chuanying died, and he was no longer at his peak. Yi Fan stared at him. Through the half-open palace door behind him, he saw specks of blood, as well as a few broken stone rod fragments. These were Chuanying's blood and weapon. Even though he knew that he came late, that the outcome was already set in stone, he still felt sorrow inside. It was precisely on the day he crossed the tribulation that ancient heaven's #1 divine general disappeared from this world. Then you can accompany him in death. Yi Fan said coldly. He didn't want to speak any nonsense. His palm pressed forward, slow but powerful. Wind and lightning raged here, gods and devils roared. This kind of casual strike made heaven and earth lose color, the sun and moon lose radiance. Dang! The underworld emperor blocked with the black war spear. Sparks flew in all directions. He flew outwards, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood as he smashed into the grand palace behind him. A large portion of the ancient building collapsed. Even someone as powerful as the underworld emperor's blood splashed onto the grand ancient palace like this. It left everyone shocked. The Aeon's soldiers and generals in the distance all shivered in fear, their hearts completely going cold. From another perspective, it was enough to prove how terrifying the underworld emperor was. He had long been seriously injured, yet he didn't shatter under the unmatched attack of a great completion divine physique, still blocking the attack. One could see just how powerful he was. You really are old. Yi Fan said ruthlessly. Yes, I am old. Yi Fan stood up after hearing this. He knew that the #1 divine general of ancient heaven was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be heaven-defying to this degree. Yi Fan was shocked. He knew that the #1 general of the ancient heavenly court was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so heaven-defying. It was no wonder that Di Zun thought so highly of Shao Qin, personally sealing him and saying that if Shao Qin missed a lifetime, he would become a martial emperor. At the same time, he also felt that something was wrong with the underworld. Could it be that there was only one emperor of the underworld? At this, the underworld, the underworld world, emperor, stop. Yi Fan was extremely cold. He pressed forward, his footsteps echoing through the palace. There were imperial Dao formation patterns here, but it couldn't stop him at all. Don't you want to talk to me? He's just a dead man. Even if you don't kill him, I don't have much time left, said the underworld emperor with a smile. Blood flowed from his mouth, and the space between his eyebrows was split open. Speak, I want to hear it. Yi Fan stood in the center of the grand hall, looking down on the former supreme being. The underworld emperor was an extraordinary person and didn't want to be treated like this. He snorted coldly and turned around, slowly walking to the highest throne. He sat down calmly and looked down. Yi Fan was surrounded by blood energy, and his vitality was as vigorous as the ocean. He could definitely kill the dying underworld emperor, but he didn't do so. He looked at him coldly, waiting for him to speak. I am a supreme being. I achieved the Tao, and then I fell into the underworld to study the method of immortality. The voice on the throne reverberated, rumbling and making the heaven and earth submit. I know, Yi Fan said expressionlessly. If I told you I am not the underworld emperor, would you believe me? The figure on the cold throne seemed very dignified and inviolable, and he actually said such a thing. Yi Fan's expression froze. The other party wasn't the underworld emperor. This news was indeed shocking and beyond his expectations. Years ago, the underworld emperor joined hands with someone and attacked venerable emperor at the most crucial moment. Was he killed at that time? Asked Yi Fan. No, the underworld emperor was already gone at that time. I took part in that battle with his imperial artifact, the figure on the throne said desolately. Obviously, that battle had a great impact on him. Several imperial masters had come together, but they still couldn't kill venerable emperor, and even made him famous through the ages. For an imperial figure, this was a great blow. Yi Fan pondered. From the confrontation between Chuan-Ying and the underworld for 100 years, there were indeed many suspicious points. The everlasting underworld had more than one supreme being. How could it be so weak that it couldn't do anything when people came to kill it? Venerable Underworld, also known as the Underworld Emperor, was so talented that he was almost the supreme being since ancient times. He was the first person who was an imperial master when he was alive, and after his death, he achieved the way from a corpse. His path is hard to replicate. Yi Fan had also heard some rumors, especially the old deity who was a descendant of the ancient heavenly court. It was said that the underworld emperor was unfathomable, able to exchange blows with the venerable emperor, even though he lost in the end. The real underworld emperor wouldn't attack venerable emperor at that time, because their relationship was complicated. They were both teachers and friends. The fact that this Emperor Dao expert revealed such a secret was simply earth-shattering. It shocked Yi Fan so much that he couldn't speak. Comparing it with the words of the old god, it seemed that the underworld emperor still owed venerable emperor some favors. It was only after the fatal incident on the path of immortality that their relationship became a bit messy. At that time, the underworld emperor had passed away many years ago. I came out with his imperial artifact and attacked heaven on his behalf, he said calmly. The underworld emperor is dead? Yi Fan's eyes flickered, like two surging cold air. If he was dead, the underworld wouldn't be like this, the man on the throne murmured to himself and revealed some shocking secrets. He was about to die, apparently because he met someone of the same kind, or at the same level, so he wanted to tell some ancient secrets that he had kept in his heart for a long time and didn't want to bring them to the underworld. As for those ghost soldiers and ghost generals, they might just be ants in his eyes, and they had no common words with a sky dragon like him, who occupied the clouds. Yi Fan was stunned, as if he had heard something that sounded like a heavenly book. At the end of the mythological era, the underworld emperor passed away, which should have happened millions of years ago. However, more than 1,000,000 years ago, the supreme venerable in the underworld sensed his breath and knew that he had revived, which was contrary to the result of his passing away. This doesn't prove that he is still alive, Yi Fan said. The supreme celestial treasure, or the supreme netherworld treasure, flew away tens of thousands of years ago. Apart from him coming out again, no one can summon it from the underworld, the man on the cold throne said. Yi Fan knew this divine artifact. When Great Emperor Wu Shi wanted to attack the underworld, it was this secret treasure that hid the underworld, making the vast underworld disappear from the universe. At the same time, he also understood why he Chuan-Ying attacked like that, and why he barged in like this. The underworld was obviously weak, but it didn't hide, so it turned out that it had lost the supreme netherworld treasure. The underworld was going to decline, it was going to be finished. When Yi Fan came to this conclusion, he was truly shocked. One had to know that this was a truly immortal force since ancient times, an organization that could challenge the ancient heaven. It was extremely terrifying. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld is the home of all living beings. These words were still ringing in his ears. Yi Fan couldn't believe it. The underworld was going to be finished. All these years, the nether soldiers had borrowed the way to wander around the major starry skies in search of the ancient god corpses, which made them increasingly terrifying and prosperous. How did it end up like this? Because the Emperor of the Underworld is coming back. He will take back everything that belongs to him, the man on the cold throne said emotionlessly. Just this sentence was enough to explain everything. The current Supreme of the Underworld was afraid of the Emperor of the Underworld's return, afraid that he would settle accounts with them. From this, Yi Fan came to another conclusion. The Emperor of the Underworld was absolutely terrifying, and his combat power might be far greater than he imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. I am the hell-suppressing Emperor, and I was also a former Supreme. Finally, the man on the throne revealed his origin, but he didn't say the title before the hell-suppressing Emperor. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't calm down. The ruler of the underworld had a shocking origin. Perhaps he was a certain celestial being in the mythological era. Yama died in the underworld, so he naturally passed away. Longevity celestial being entered the immortal mausoleum and didn't come back. There was another person who felt uneasy when the supreme netherworld treasure flew away, so he entered the origin ancient mine. Right now, I am the only Emperor realm expert in the underworld, he said the truth. If this news was spread out, it would definitely shock the human world. It was too shocking. The underworld had actually changed a long time ago, and the outside world didn't know about it at all. In these 10,000 years, the underworld had been active frequently, searching the stars. They were actually looking for the supreme netherworld treasure to find the Emperor of the Underworld. The hell-suppressing Emperor thought that the Emperor of the Underworld was in the process of transforming, and he could kill him before he awakened. Unfortunately, so many years had passed, and the Underworld had sent out so many troops, but they still hadn't found anything. Therefore, the Underworld was empty, Longevity Celestial Being wasn't willing to return, Yama was dead, and another person entered the origin ancient mine. Now, he was the only one left. The hell-suppressing Emperor said, "The Emperor of the Underworld is a great talent that makes people feel great fear. I know that he will return sooner or later. For the sake of longevity, he has always been on a path. No one has walked further than him between life and death." Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and it was difficult for him to calm down. After a long time, he wanted to laugh out loud again. He said with indescribable sorrow, "The underworld, a vast forbidden area that started countless years ago, is actually going to end now. Is it the Emperor of the Underworld, or am I going to end it?" This was very unreal. The pressure that the underworld gave people was too great. Until now, it had long been engraved in the hearts of all the experts. At this moment, this result made Yi Fan feel that it was ridiculous. You are wrong. As long as the Emperor of the Underworld is still alive, the underworld will still exist, and it will never end. It is just a temporary decline. The hell-suppressing Emperor said. The underworld is the home of all living beings. These words are a bit ridiculous. Was it you guys who said it? Yi Fan asked coldly. It was said by the Emperor of the Underworld, and we have evidence. The hell-suppressing Emperor said. He stood up shakily and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on for much longer. He walked out of the hell-suppressing imperial palace and looked at the vast underworld earth. The halberd in his hand lightly cut, and the earth immediately split open. He said, "Look, what is below?" In reality, the large crack he cut open was very wide, and it passed through many large stars. However, compared to the vast and boundless underworld earth, it was still nothing. Without needing to look carefully, Yi Fan knew that there were many corpses underground, and they were terrifyingly ancient. Say, even if the creatures on 1 star, 2 stars, 10 stars, or 100 stars all died, would they be able to create such a terrifying scene? The hell-suppressing Emperor asked. It was a very strange relationship. Both sides were clearly enemies, but now they were seriously discussing. There was no other reason than that they were all supremes, and people of this level were too rare. Yi Fan's heart turned cold. He had pondered over how this vast underworld earth was formed in the past, and the more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt. It buried all the creatures in the entire universe, and not just for one epoch. This is reincarnation. The hell-suppressing Emperor said. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld is the home of all living beings. Yi Fan said softly. In the past, he didn't say it, but at this moment, he felt that these words were extremely terrifying. Chapter 1744. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld is the home of all living beings. Hell-suppressing Emperor muttered, his voice echoing in the underworld like a curse. His body staggered as he walked into the distance with the heavenly spear and the black gold shield. The path he took was covered in black blood. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on any longer. My words have come true. This will be my end, my final home. This will be my burial ground. Hell-suppressing Emperor couldn't hold on any longer and would fall at any time, becoming the dust of history. Even someone as strong as a supreme being was about to reach the end of his life. There was reluctance and unwillingness in his eyes. Even though he had killed countless people and had a heart of stone, the wish in his heart couldn't be fulfilled. It was a deep regret. What is immortality? Ask the entire world, but no one can achieve it. In the end, you will still turn into a pile of dirt. No matter how talented you are, no matter how great of a hero you are, it still won't work. His body was cracking as black blood flowed out. His entire body was burning with a dark light. With a sad expression, he said, "Back then, Di Zun, hee. Ha. He wanted to sacrifice us, but in the end, he couldn't become immortal." The path of immortality, reaching this step, reaching this realm, could be said to be high and mighty, overlooking the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but in the end, he ended up in eternal loneliness. Being invincible was useless, the path ahead had already been cut off. In this life, he was searching for immortality, wanting to break through immortality and see immortality, but in the end, he could only listen to his own funeral song in sorrow, turning into dust in the mortal world. He wasn't a single person. Since ancient times, the great emperors were all silent. Thinking back to the past, they were all heroic and all-powerful. In this world, they were the only ones who could compete with them. However, in the end, there was only one result. Even if they dominated the heavens and earth, even if they were unrivaled, they would still reach the end of loneliness and turn into dust. Hell-suppressing Emperor staggered. He was looking for his own grave, wanting to bury himself. With the battle spear in his hand, every step he took caused cracks to appear on his body, as if he would shatter at any time. Right now, he wasn't a supreme being, but an old man with one foot in the grave. Yi Fan didn't make a move, only silently watching, letting him choose his grave. The underworld is the blood of several generations of people. It's not like we don't have any experience on the path of immortality. We have searched for all kinds of true blood, wanting to condense it into true one and create immortal blood from chaos. The hell-suppressing emperor revealed a great secret. When a man is about to die, his words are kind. It could also be said that he didn't want the crystallization of several generations of supreme beings to be destroyed in a single day, to be buried in the long river of history. This was a type of grand experiment. In theory, it could create a chaotic body, 10,000 blood returning to one, allowing one to see the immortal spirit true body. Yi Fan once again felt the terror of the primal chaos body. The fusion of 10,000 blood allowed one to see the primal chaos body. Of course, in theory, this would allow one to touch immortality, but in the end, one would still need to ascend in order to take that step. This method was extraordinary. It was not the method of the underworld emperor, but was brought from the outside world by the other powerhouses. They had been studying it all this time. The 10,000 bloodlines are not uniform, but we still created a monster that merged with the heavenly underworld treasure. It will be sensitive to all types of bloodlines, and one day, it will most likely find you. Perhaps it can be said that we have unintentionally helped the Netherworld Emperor. Perhaps the entire Netherworld treasure is his god. I've heard that you practice an origin technique. Actually, this is an incomplete technique left behind by the Underworld Sovereign. That heavenly Netherworld treasure knows more and is more profound than you. You should prepare yourself. These words made it difficult for Yi Fan to calm down for a long time. He stood in place for a long time, silently watching the hell-suppressing emperor leave. Pooh! Finally, the hell-suppressing emperor could not hold on any longer. He did not choose to leave a corpse, nor did he transform into the Tao. Instead, he directly exploded, leaving only residual blood and broken bones. He fell into a deep pit, and his spirit also dispersed. With a clang, the underworld iron battle armor flew up, the heavenly dagger axe glowed, and the black golden shield also rushed into the sky. Only a shattered black spear fell into the pit, buried with him. Yi Fan turned around, no longer looking at it. He found Xuanying's belongings and buried his blood and remnants in the starry sky. After staying here for 2 days, Yi Fan silently searched. He saw many astonishing things, and he also saw some ancient tablets. His heart was filled with waves of shock. Burying the entire universe, burying several eras, this was not a lie at all. He saw a few tablets that were terrifyingly ancient, and he could not determine which era they were from. He could not understand the words written on them, but they were beyond the scope of divine text. Then, through the records of an ancient tablet that he could read, he learned some astonishing secrets. The underworld was vast and boundless, like another universe. The people of the underworld had once dug out an immortal corpse, an imperial figure that belonged to the era before the Age of Legends, which was believed to have originated from the incomprehensible chaotic ancient era. Moreover, since ancient times, there was more than one, at least 3 were unearthed. Unfortunately, they were all damaged and destroyed in the most terrifying external war in history. At the end of reincarnation, will there be such a day? Yi Fan muttered to himself, looking up at the boundless starry sky. At his level of cultivation, just like the other ancient sovereigns, breaking through eternity and seeking immortality was his ultimate goal. He did not start a massacre here, but only called the 2 ninth-layer quasi-emperor over, telling them to gather the nether soldiers in general so that they would have no choice but to bring disaster to the world. Without those who achieved the Tao, without the imperial experts, the underworld was equivalent to a decline. They could not defy Yi Fan's will, so the 2 readily agreed, not daring to go against it. The curtains fell on the underworld. Even Yi Fan himself felt that this was all very unreal. It was regarded as the most terrifying battlefield, but in the end, it declined just like that, heading towards decline. Of course, if the underworld emperor came back to life, everything would be different, and a storm would inevitably rise again. But now, under Yi Fan's power, the underworld could only submit. Even taking it into the celestial court wasn't a bad thing. Starlight shone brilliantly. Yi Fan rode on the divine rainbow, taking a step forward, the stars moved, and the world changed. A blazing rainbow bridge traversed the cosmos, streaking across the heavens and myriad realms, directly reaching a certain star. This rainbow was too resplendent, connecting the 2 sides of the starry sky. What is that? A golden path, how can it be so long? It stretches towards the depths of the cosmos. Is this the journey of a great emperor? Soon, everyone understood who it was. Yi Fan's return from the underworld had shaken the human world. All the experts understood that the underworld could not keep him, and he was unrivaled in the world. Is he going to the tyrant body's ancestral star? A golden path passed through who knew how many galaxies, directly reaching the tyrant body's ancestral star. It was open and aboveboard, without any concealment. Yi Fan directly came to attack just like that. He had just broken through the underworld, and now he came to a terrifying forbidden area, continuously conquering in one day, shocking the heroes of the world. Was this the power of a great completion Saint Physique? His blood energy was like the sea, flooding the starry sky, like a celestial emperor patrolling, descending upon the star region where the bloodline of his old enemy was. This was a great star, surging with vitality, magnificent mountains and rivers, vast land, and abundant essence energy, very suitable for cultivation and Tao comprehension. The tyrant body's ancestral star was extraordinary, having experienced tens of thousands of tribulations without being destroyed. To this day, it was engraved with Tao marks exclusive to them, and any Tao fruit would be suppressed here. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to approach, because it was difficult to display their true combat strength here. Of course, Supreme Being level figures weren't restricted. The great golden path extended forward, and then it disappeared. Yi Fan was completely silent. He took a step forward. The fiery clouds on the horizon were exceptionally gorgeous, red as if blood had been splashed on a cloth. 5 moons had already risen in the sky. Yi Fan stood on a cliff, with a boundless waterfall below his feet. The land was lush and verdant, and wild beasts ran amok. With a slight sense, he clearly knew where the tyrant body's ancestral cave was. I don't believe that the Saint Physique would dare to come. This is the resting place of several old ancestors, and he is just one person. During the last tribulation, his physical body was shattered so many times by the old ancestors, and he narrowly escaped death. That was a lesson learned in blood. Shoo, lower your voice. The great completion of the Saint Physique is really not weaker than the old ancestors, and his blood energy is vigorous. Who knows, he might really come. With several old ancestors here, does he want to throw away his life? We admit that the Saint Physique is very strong, but if he comes alone, I think he will definitely die a tragic death here. A group of people in front of the mountain gate were whispering. At this time, a man walked over. In the sunset, his body was dyed with golden brilliance, like a celestial emperor descending to the world, walking like a dragon and tiger. Who is it? Stop! The group of people guarding the mountain gate shouted. Yi Fan's eyes glanced over, and the people in front of him directly exploded, causing a bloody mist to float, making this place look very terrifying. Since he had found the right place, Yi Fan did not hide anymore, and his aura naturally leaked out as he walked inside. These people were all trembling under this aura, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground. This was the aura of a supreme being, and it instantly swept through the vast land. All living beings wailed. Whether it was the birds or the beasts, or the people on the ancestral planet, they couldn't help but tremble and fall to the ground. Even the great sage couldn't do it, and he could only kneel on the ground. Yi Fan, the sovereign of the world, arrived behind the mountain gate. Behind the giant mountain was a vast expanse like a grassland, and only a divine peak stood in the middle, emitting purple energy. At the foot of the peak, there was a cave that emitted auspicious colors all year round. Hidden in that cave were all the strongest experts of this star since ancient times. Saint Physique, you really dare to come. In that ancient cave, dense purple energy surged, and a voice came out like wind and thunder, reverberating under the sky. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Yi Fan asked calmly. Dozens of days ago, you were like a stray dog, and now you dare to come here and show off your imperial might? The person in the ancient cave spoke ruthlessly. Just a group of jumping clowns, taking advantage of my tribulation to cause trouble, and you dare to use it as something to show off? Today, I'll flatten you all. Both sides opposed each other. Even though this kind of words couldn't shake their Tao hearts, sometimes it was still useful, causing great waves in the other party's state of mind. If you want to throw away your life, then come and try. I'll fulfill your wish. A loud shout came from the ancestral cave. Yi Fan directly made his move. His body rose, and he stood on the plains like a deity. His black hair was like a river of stars, and his eyes were like lightning. His Dharma body towered into the clouds, and he stepped on the ancestral mountain of the tyrant bloodline. This was a kind of spirit of being the soul supreme. Even though he came to the ancestral planet of the tyrant bloodline and faced more than one supreme being, he still dared to be like this, raising his foot and stepping on them. The divine peak was grand and magnificent, and it was surrounded by clouds and flowing with purple light. At this time, it suddenly swayed, and the roar of wind and thunder sounded. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone who dared to stand above this place like this. Chapter 1745. You dare to step on my divine peak. An angry roar transmitted from the ancestral cave. This was a type of contempt and humiliation. A giant foot descended from the heavens and directly trampled over. With a wang sound, a treasured wool flew out and flickered with cold light. At the same time, all kinds of formation patterns appeared. The Supreme Great Formation was revived and covered the sky and earth. Hong Long. The treasured wool danced in the air. There were 6 worlds revolving on it as if they were real. They wanted to swallow Yi Fan inside and possess boundless divine might. 6 Tao world, universe change, suppress. A voice shouted from the ancestral cave. The treasured will was scarlet red like blood, and its aura became even more terrifying. It released the sound of wind and thunder. Yi Fan's foot stepped down and collided with the treasured wheel. With a deafening dang sound, the universe rumbled and the supreme formation patterns between heaven and earth burned resplendently. 6 Tao world, connected to the 6 Tao reincarnation fist intent. Yi Fan's expression changed. He wasn't shocked by the treasured wheel's divine might but by the familiar aura within. It was formed from living flesh and blood, a great completion saint physique. Did you see through it? That's right, it's your lineage's unparalleled saint physique that evolved the true meaning of the 6 Tao reincarnation fist intent and was turned into a weapon by me. The emotionless voice transmitted from the ancestral cave, making this place incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. What a great grudge, what a great overlord ancestral star. If I don't get rid of you today, I will end my own life here. Yi Fan swore. His voice was deafening as it resounded through the heavens and into the cosmos. In a distant galaxy, there were supreme experts watching the battle. They used the heavenly Dharma eye and supreme formation patterns to capture the scene here. However, their true bodies didn't dare to approach. Come and give it a try. If I can kill your ancestor, then I can kill you. The person in the ancestral cave was extremely domineering. That domineering attitude of, if I can't do it, then who can? The treasured will spun again and flew back, aiming straight for the space between Yi Fan's brows. 6 rays of immortal radiance shot out. Those were 6 ancient worlds that were connected by the saint's blood and displayed their extreme profoundness. Boundless nomological laws and boundless divine power crashed down like a sea of stars. Yi Fan's eyes erupted with light. Even though this weapon was terrifying, he could clearly hear the sobbing of a soul. That was the deity within the magical artifact, and he couldn't help himself. He was a soldier soul born from the flesh and blood of a first-rate divine body. He was unwilling to be like this, but he was enslaved. Yi Fan's expression became even colder. This was unforgivable. The other side humiliated him with the holy body bloodline's ancient ancestor. This type of confrontation made his rage surge into the clouds, burning heaven and earth. Be free, I'll let you out and open the shackles. Yi Fan spoke. His entire body burst forth with immortal light, and his battle chi surged. His combat prowess rose continuously, and his manifestations fused into one. This time, it wasn't a person, but a stretch of primordial chaos. Boom! Yi Fan roared. Ripples rushed into the heavens, and the great stars collapsed one after another, turning into fine powder. The moon and the others had long since fallen and been destroyed. This was simply like an immortal king, nothing could stop him. Stellar rivers collapsed with a single roar. Just how powerful was he? Yi Fan's manifestations merged into one, hazy and indistinct. There was an immortal king, a divine sea, a yin-yang fish. Primal chaos energy was released. It wasn't humanoid, but rather an indistinct heaven and earth. Primal chaos light swirled about, devouring that precious wheel. He fiercely shook. Kacha sounds rang through the air. Countless cracks appeared on the 6 paths wheel, and then it broke apart, exploding there. A deity rushed out, tears of blood flowing down his face. He nodded towards him, and in the end, he burned into ashes in the void, thus freeing himself. Wang! Yi Fan's palm slammed forward. He took action in fury, experiencing the grief of that deity before he disappeared. That was the blood and remnant soul of a first-rate divine body, yet it actually fell to this state. You dare! 2 voices shouted from within the ancestral cave, fully activating divine laws to stop him. However, without his true body, this was completely useless. Yi Fan's palm slammed onto the divine peak. Even though there were supreme being formation patterns here, protecting this place like an immortal iron bucket, this strike was still effective. The formation patterns were obliterated by Yifan's furious attack. Kacha sounds rang out from the divine mountain as it directly flew out and exploded in the air. A portion of the mountain broke off, appearing extremely ugly. All the creatures on Overlord Body's ancestral star trembled, all of them terrified. One had to know that the divine mountain was their spiritual symbol, never to be blasphemed against. Now, it was actually broken by someone. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and crashing down. For them, this was a huge matter, as if doomsday had descended. In the ancestral cave, first-rate Overlord Bodies were naturally furious. This was equivalent to slapping their faces. Destroying their ancestral land in front of their faces was too domineering. Kill. A supreme divine law rushed out, turning into a heaven-shattering divine blade, hacking down at Yifan. It was incomparably terrifying. This was the extreme of the natural laws, turning into eternal radiance, destroying all forms. Yifan opened his mouth and released a clear roar. The innate essence energy he spat out turned into a Tao diagram, directly blocking those divine laws, obliterating them between heaven and earth. Hong. He reached out his hand again, slapping towards the mountain peak to tear this place apart. He shouted, "Two earth rats, let's see how long you can hide for. I'll tear apart your nest." The faces of the supreme beings in the ancestral cave fell ashen. Who dared to call them earth rats? This type of humiliation was too excessive, causing great waves to rise in their emotions. Today, this old one is going to throw caution to the wind and fight you. In Overlord Body's ancestral cave, a tremendous divine will transmit it out. Someone broke through the seal, burning like a sun as he rushed into the sky. Hong. The immortal source exploded, and he broke through the seal and appeared. This was a type of helplessness. There was no way around it, because if his true body didn't appear, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop Yifan. This place would be destroyed. However, once he left the immortal source and experienced a bitter battle, for people like them who didn't have much time left in their lifespans, it really was too dangerous. It would be difficult for them to pass this life in peace. It was to the extent where after this battle, they would die. Go, let's fight in the starry skies. Large success Overlord Body Xian Ming soared into the sky, directly soaring into the starry skies. He feared that a great battle of this level would turn the star into dust. There were many supreme being formation patterns protecting this place, but if the battle continued, they would definitely be destroyed. Just like those stars shattered by Yifan's roar, they would no longer exist. Yifan didn't want to bring disaster to all life, didn't want to wipe out all of the creatures on this star. He soared high into the sky, entering the cosmos to fight a great battle against Overlord Body Xian Ming. Youngster, you are very strong, rarely seen since the ancient times. However, this world isn't like what you think it is. Sometimes, no matter how strong one is, it is still a sad song. Large success Overlord Body Xian Ming took out a treasure bottle, unscrewed the stopper, and poured it into his mouth. It was bright red blood, and scarlet clouds rushed into the sky. However, there wasn't much left, so he drank it all in one gulp. Yifan's eyebrows furrowed. The aura of this blood was the same as the treasure wheels. It came from the same person, and it belonged to a large success saint body. Formation. Xian Ming roared. 72 rays of cold light rushed out from the top of his head, piercing into the star domain. Those were terrifying immortal sword formation patterns, and they directly covered the sky and the earth, drowning this place. Formation's secret words. Yifan was shocked. He had suffered greatly when fighting against the 9 great celestial being, so he wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of formation pattern. It's a magical artifact refined from the formation's secret words. Not bad, but there are still some differences, and it lacks some immortal patterns. Xian Ming corrected, but no matter how one looked at it, he was still fearless. Unfortunately, this was a forbidden artifact, and the number of times it could be used was limited. Moreover, it was refined using a secret technique, and even after so many years, he still couldn't truly copy the perfect formation's secret words. If you can really make it through, then I'll admit defeat. Xian Ming with the large success tyrant body said emotionlessly. With a whoosh, another 108 heavenly blades flew out from his sea of reincarnation, lining up outside, and complementing the missing parts of the great formation revealed by the formation's secret words. The formation pattern that appeared later was the supreme formation of the tyrant body lineage. When the two were combined, their power was absolutely boundless, and there was no chance of survival. Did you use this kind of method to kill the saint body back then? Yi Fan asked. No, as an expert of our realm, I let go of the soaring heavens, and I defeated him head-on. Xian Ming with the large success tyrant body said. Some of his past battle achievements were truly recorded, and some had long been erased in history. Since the other party said so, as a supreme being's pride, there wouldn't be any exaggeration. Since that's the case, I'll break you, and I'll use the method of the saint body lineage to kill you. Yi Fan said coldly. Boom! This battle erupted. Yi Fan's entire body shone, burning fiercely as he attacked in this formation. The movement's secret word made him fast to the extreme, moving through space. Irregular scenes erupted, turning into an undying celestial emperor, advancing side by side with him, crushing the great formation artifact, formation patterns, and others. At the same time, a cauldron flew out above his head, releasing endless source energy, tearing apart the great formation. Yi Fan was like a vicious dragon that came out of its cage, looking down on everything in its path. He weaved and weaved in the great formation, fighting until heaven and earth collapsed, the sun and moon losing light, groups of stars exploding. This battle shocked the entire universe. The existences in the great life-restricted regions all revived. It was because the effects were too great, supreme being auras and fluctuations engulfing the cosmos. However, this time, there were no restricted region experts who came out, because they knew that Yi Fan was already at the consummate level. Killing him was extremely difficult, and it would only waste their essence energy for nothing. This was the appearance of the true great completion holy body, fighting a great battle against the most powerful supreme being of the ancient heavenly tyrant bloodline. This was a battle between dragons and tigers, incomparably intense. There was no need to doubt Xian Ming's strength. Back then, he had true battle accomplishments, killing his opponent with his strength. He wasn't like the previous overlord body Kanglan who encountered an aged holy body. Unfortunately, the glory of the tyrant bloodline seemed to only be these few battles. If they continued to advance towards the ancient times, it would be hard for the battle against the holy body to be too brilliant. The great battle continued. Yi Fan destroyed everything, in the end forcibly shattering the forbidden artifact, using the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist to face the tyrant body head-on, blasting him until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. How is it? Yi Fan asked. Not good, I still can't die. The great completion tyrant body Xian Ming shouted, blood trickling down from the corners of his lips. His entire body shone, purple energy rushing into the heavens. A purple dragon-like tail swept out, sending Yi Fan flying. The great battle continued. Blood also splashed out from Yi Fan's body, but it wasn't too serious. Wang! Suddenly, the void trembled. Another wave of supreme being aura erupted. A purple fist shattered heaven and earth, suddenly appearing, striking towards the back of Yi Fan's head. Die! The source chi above Yi Fan's head descended, and the treasured cauldron flew over to strike the fist, erupting with a towering immortal light. The other great completion tyrant body, Kuan Gu, appeared, and he was also the last person. Kanglan had died, and the original fourth person had also fallen many tens of thousands of years ago, unable to endure the erosion of time. Even the two of you together won't be able to stop me. Yi Fan roared. His phenomenon erupted, and the celestial the arch body appeared again, fusing with his main body, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to surge explosively. This was no longer a pure phenomenon. It had been evolved to the extreme, and it had become a part of his body, fusing with him. Arrogant. Kuan Gu let out a cold roar. He held a large halberd in his hand, and he truly appeared like a peerless tyrant again. With a single slash of his halberd, the starry sky was sliced in half, and great destruction ensued. This was an intense battle. Yifan faced two great completion tyrant bodies on his own, and they fought from one realm to another until the sun and moon were extinguished, and the starry sky was reduced to ashes. Along the way, many star fragments appeared, and large areas of the starry sky were shattered. The universe was a scene of devastation, and it was unbearable to look at. After an unknown period of time, a miserable roar sounded. One of the great completion tyrant bodies was split into pieces by Yifan's celestial arch fist, and its weapon was also shattered. The tyrant body roared angrily as it reformed its true body, but Yifan chased after it, and after evading the attack of the other great completion tyrant body, he tore it apart again, bathing it in tyrannical blood. This scene shocked everyone, and even the supreme beings in the restricted area felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 1746. Yifan tore apart the great completion tyrant body, splitting it into two halves. Bathed in the heavenly tyrant blood, he was like a demonic god standing under the starry skies, unrivaled under the heavens without a doubt. Blood splashed and purple energy rose. The two halves of the body exploded and then reassembled. Supreme beings were difficult to kill, especially this kind of person. They couldn't be killed in one blow, and the primordial spirit of the great completion tyrant body had even more so escaped just now. It wasn't hit, only its body was damaged. The great battle continued and time passed. The three broke through the heavens, entering from one region to another, killing until the sun and moon lost their radiance and the starry skies became dim. Blood flowed. The two great completion tyrant bodies had long since been seriously injured. Their blood splashed into the heavens, scattering across the starry skies. Yifan fought crazily, chasing closely behind them. This was a life and death battle. If he didn't get rid of these two today, they would definitely become a great disaster in the future. Although Yifan was fearless, his family and friends would definitely be in danger. As such, his eyes were like golden lamps, cutting through the universe as he stared at the two without letting them go. He killed without end, attacking fiercely along the way. At this point in the battle, he had already obtained the absolute advantage, tearing through dry weeds and smashing through rotten wood. The two great supreme beings weren't his opponent and were continuously fleeing. This was a shocking scene. One had to know that these were two unrivaled overlords. Now, they were actually no match for him and had to flee for their lives. How could people not be shocked? The battle had already lasted for a long time, but people still felt that it was too fast. The two great completion tyrant bodies could suppress the universe, so how could they be in such a sorry state? They were defeated too quickly. In the past, as long as they appeared, there would be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. No one could match them, and since ancient times, not many people were their opponents. However, today, they were in such a miserable state, covered in blood as they were chased endlessly by a young expert. Is he going to defy the heavens? A 600 to 700-year-old great completion holy body, he will rule for a long period of time. He can already kill ancient supreme beings at such a young age. In the future, if he is given time to slowly consolidate, what kind of heights will he reach? Everyone was shocked. Yifan's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of geniuses. Unfortunately, many people had died on the path of growth. It was really rare to see someone who could advance triumphantly and become invincible in the shortest amount of time. Yifan went on a killing spree as he chased after the supreme beings. Flowers of blood bloomed in the river of stars from time to time. The overlord body that had attained great success was about to suffer a calamity. The two of them couldn't hold on no matter how they advanced or retreated together. Time flew by, and finally, the most critical moment had arrived. Both of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. If this continued, they would not be able to continue wasting time. Their essence blood was not as abundant as Yifan's. They gave each other a look and released a sigh. The era that belonged to them was over. They truly weren't the other party's opponent. After a period of time, they would definitely die. In the end, the two of them turned into two streaks of immortal light, rushing in different directions. It was because it was useless even if they worked together. They couldn't defeat the other party, so it was better to split up and flee. Yi Fan let out a roar, and the cauldron of myriad origin chi rushed out from the top of his head. His avatar transformed into the celestial emperor body and flew out, holding the cauldron as he chased after one person. As for himself, he was also chasing after the other person with all his might, preparing to end the battle as soon as possible. Boom! Everyone saw the scene of Tyrant Body Kuan Gu's final struggle. A large hand covered this entire starry domain, covering all of the stars below. A violent slapping sound rang out, and it was as if raging waves were beating against the shore. All of the stars were either shattered or swept into the distance like great waves, turning this place into a vacuum. Tyrant Body Kuan Gu's halberd was broken, and his entire body also exploded. He was unable to block this supreme attack. He wanted to reconstruct his Tyrant Blood true body, but Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. He reached out with a large hand and grabbed him back. Pooh! Even as Kuan Gu self-destructed, Yi Fan's two hands were like golden millstones. They slowly closed, crushing Kuan Gu several dozen times, but he himself didn't die. In the end, Tyrant Body Kuan Gu's primordial spirit collapsed, and his flesh turned into ashes. He could no longer be revived, and he was completely killed. Everyone was shaken. Everyone who saw this scene through the formation and the heavenly magic, I felt their bodies go cold. A battle of this level was something they didn't even dare to imagine. Yi Fan didn't stop. A blazing light flashed past, and he disappeared from his original location. He was going to deal with another person. It had to be said that his phenomenon had endless wondrous uses. After casting the Celestial Emperor, it hadn't dissipated even after so long. He held the myriad energy cauldron to suppress the people in front of him. Tyrant blood splashed everywhere. Xian Ming lamented at the end of his road. He knew that he was going to die, and he couldn't shake off the other party's pursuit. Once Yi Fan's true body returned, what path would he have left to live? This was indeed the outcome. Yi Fan's true body arrived, and he personally activated the cauldron to suck him in and refine him. In the end, a cloud of ashes scattered everywhere, and a blood pill fell down. This was the bloodline essence of the Tyrant Body Kuan Gu, and it had been condensed into a divine pill. Of course, this precious pill wasn't as heaven-defying as one would imagine. Because the Tyrant Body Kuan Gu was about to die, his lifespan had already been exhausted, and there wasn't much essence left. With the conclusion of this battle, Yi Fan used his terrifying battle accomplishments to announce to the world that he was already at the top of the world's supreme level. He was unrivaled in the present age. With the death of the two Tyrant Body ancestors, this battle had come to an end. However, the cosmic sea wasn't calm, and there were sounds of discussion everywhere. Under the cold night sky, everything was very bleak. The Supreme Being's unrivaled title had been changed, and an expert from the later generation had trampled all of their glory underfoot. Yi Fan obtained victory, but he didn't move. He stayed here for a long time. Would there be people who would challenge him in the future? Today, he had killed the Supreme Being, so there might be people who would challenge him in the future. Just like that sacred cliff Saint Physique, who was so glorious and unrivaled when his blood energy was at its peak, was killed by someone in his twilight years, and his blood dyed the cliff. However, this wasn't the time to ponder deeply. He walked through the starry sky towards the Tyrant Body ancestral star, descending once again. The entire star was filled with cries and wails. Many experts were in grief. Their spiritual pillar had collapsed, and even the unrivaled ancient ancestor had died in battle. What else could they use to fight? They had cultivated to the peak, and the strongest was only a Tyrant Body expert, but they still couldn't win. Someone of that level had died in the hands of Yi Fan, and this caused the faith in their hearts to collapse. On the Tyrant Body ancestral star, their spiritual worlds were torn apart, and they suffered a severe impact. Yi Fan stood on a cliff. Although his eyes were cold and emotionless, he didn't have the intention to completely destroy this place. His powerful divine sense spread out, and in an instant, dozens of important figures on this star exploded, turning into bloody mists. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everyone trembled at this moment. It was as if a great emperor was standing in the starry sky and looking down on them. Everyone knelt down, unable to withstand this pressure. In the end, Yi Fan left and entered the starry sky. He's actually so powerful. Few people can stop him unless we sublimate to the extreme. I was careless. Who would have thought that an ant could pass 2 great tribulations in a row, allowing him to become a little dragon in one leap? In the Big Dipper restricted region, someone sighed. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't pay attention to the outside world, but now that such a major event had happened, everyone frowned. Yi Fan slaughtered the tyrant body, and this was a wake-up call for them. The world was no longer completely under their control, and there was another variable. At this moment, the celestial court was bustling with activity. War drums rumbled, and great banners fluttered. This place was incomparably lively. Batch after batch of great armies rushed over to rebuild the celestial court. Yi Fan succeeded in crossing the tribulation and killed all the supreme beings of the tyrant blood of the firmament lineage. His might was incomparable, and this naturally promoted the great influence of the celestial court. It appeared incomparably glorious. Great banners fluttered, and all the military divisions returned. Master! Flower cried out loudly. In the sky, a golden river flew over, forming a divine path that reached straight for the celestial court. Yi Fan descended. Father! Little Purple opened her little hands and staggered in the void. She could fly now. The Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others all rushed over. Every one of them was incomparably excited. Only now did the celestial court truly fear no other powers, and it truly began to walk towards the peak of glory. With a great completion divine physique overseeing it, they wouldn't even fear a conflict with the restricted region of life. They could completely challenge them. I've made our brothers suffer. Yi Fan was full of emotions as he looked at the various heavenly soldiers and generals. Even though a few troops were missing, most of them were unharmed. It's not bitter, this is nothing. We only hate that we can't go on an expedition. Now, we can finally come out into the world. Everyone shouted excitedly. This place was a boiling cauldron of voices, and everyone was incomparably excited. Yi Fan also felt uneasy, but he was very happy. He restrained his aura well and didn't release even a little bit. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be able to bear it. A banquet was held in the celestial court. Drums and music shook the heavens, and all the major powers came to pay their respects. Whether it was the Taoist Palace, God's organization, or the major races of the universe, they all sent their leading figures to congratulate him. If there were no accidents, as long as Yi Fan didn't fall, he would be the ruler of the universe in the next 10,000 years, and all the powerful races would have to crawl under his feet. A great completion divine physique had appeared in this era, and it was impossible to defeat him. This day has finally come. Many people sighed, but the meaning expressed by different people was different. Some were happy, some were afraid, some were anxious, and some were uneasy. The reactions of the various races of the universe were different. The great completion of the divine physique had ruled the world, and the impact was too great. After this day, no one in the world dared to disobey the celestial court, and there were no more opposing forces. A glorious immortal dynasty officially rose, suppressing the 10 sides of the universe. Everyone thought that Yi Fan would definitely go into seclusion to stabilize his fruit of the way, and he wouldn't make a move in a short period of time. Because he had just killed all the great completion tyrant bodies, it was enough to establish his might. None of the life-forbidden zones dared to act rashly, and everyone had to consider the cruel consequences once a war broke out. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Several days later, Yi Fan said goodbye to his wife and daughter, as well as his friends, and set off again. This time, it was the Big Dipper, and his goal was very clear. He walked with the myriad chi cauldron on his head, and his murderous aura was undisguised. He was going on a conquest. Everyone was stunned. What was he going to do? Was he really going to push through the forbidden zones one by one, and wipe them all out? This was somewhat impossible. There had been so many great emperors since ancient times, but none of them could do it. Because if the people in the forbidden zones were forced into a corner, they would ascend to the extreme, and when that time came, even the immortals would not be able to stop them. However, Yi Fan really came, and his real body descended on the Big Dipper star region, came to this land that he was familiar with, and looked at the 7 great life forbidden zones. Chapter 1747. Yi Fan came, descending into Big Dipper star domain, triggering a huge commotion. Recently, his limelight was too great, looking down on everyone, killing ancient supreme beings, unmatched under the heavens. What did he come here for? The all-life energy cauldron hung above his head, weapons protecting his body. This was definitely not a peaceful trip, or else why would there be so much murderous energy pervading the air? It shouldn't be like this. He already killed the heavenly tyrant bloodline. If he continues to sweep through like this, he will make too many enemies. There is no way he can flatten the great restricted regions. Going too far is as bad as falling short. If this continues, even a great completion divine body might be in danger. The restricted regions aren't things that can be flattened just because you want to. Not even so many great emperors were able to do it. Everyone admitted that Yi Fan was powerful, but if this continued, they would still worry for him. Supreme beings were once the most powerful experts in this world, especially Big Dipper's restricted regions. They were different from the great completion tyrant body ancestral cave. The people here could ascend to the extreme, in the end becoming true great emperors. At that time, just one of them would be able to suppress the world. Even if Yi Fan was powerful, and he was so young, blood energy surging like a sea, he still might not necessarily be a match for a taboo existence who ascended to the highest level. Emperors were unmatched. This wasn't just a saying. Great Emperor, Ancient Emperor, these titles were as heavy as Mount Tai. Every single person was unique, incomparable, the supreme of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Regardless, Yi Fan came. He walked through the eastern wasteland, passing through one life-restricted region after another. Everyone knew that as long as he didn't take action, the restricted regions wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. It was because his power was already established, and supreme beings couldn't kill him unless they ascended. No one would be so noble as to fight against Yi Fan for the sake of making the other restricted regions feel at ease. Moreover, even if they ascended, they might not be able to truly kill Yi Fan. There would be all types of unforeseen events, and they might even be killed instead. It was full of variables, and also full of danger. The various restricted regions should be quite fearful of Yi Fan, not wishing for him to attack. However, Yi Fan came, truly about to set foot inside. However, he didn't enter the ancient desolate restricted region, nodding his head in greeting before directly leaving into the distance. Undying Mountain was majestic and towering. Even the Great Black Mountain was the emperor of the mountain. It was a majestic place, and no one dared to casually enter. There were endless secrets here. However, today, Yi Fan directly entered. The formation patterns here could no longer stop him. There were stone people that revealed themselves, but they were trembling with fear. Yi Fan entered Undying Mountain. This news was like a clap of thunder that shook the world. Just now, he was just strolling around outside, and now, he really entered. Was he going to make his move here? A few restricted region existences woke up, watching coldly. As for the supreme beings in the mountains, their eyes were like cold lightning, piercing through the mist in the depths, passing through layers upon layers of mountain peaks to stare at Yi Fan. In reality, there were some who really wanted to give him a slap, but they held themselves back. If they really did force him to that step, Yi Fan would definitely fight intensely against him, forcing him into the world. That would consume too much essence blood, and he might not necessarily be able to make it through this world. Undying Mountain was so quiet that it was suffocating. Meanwhile, in the outside world, it was unknown just how many people's hearts were about to stop. It was because a great battle between supreme beings could erupt at any time, and then they might turn into dust, no longer existing. At this moment, many people cried out loudly, rushing into the sky, fleeing from Big Dipper, not daring to stop here. The only fortunate thing was that Yi Fan didn't release his own incomparable blood energy. Otherwise, this great earth might even collapse. His footsteps were extremely spacious. Yifan strolled through Undying Mountain, silent and taciturn. When the Supreme Beings entered the deepest level of slumber, he had previously entered this place. However, compared to now, it really was like the difference between ice and fire. Now, he was walking openly here, no one daring to stop him. What was he going to do? Was he really going to flatten Undying Mountain? Many people began to speculate. Following the spacious footsteps, Yifan arrived in the depths of the mountain. His eyes swept over the giant mountains one after another. Unfortunately, he didn't discover the 10,000-year medicine, which was that black tortoise immortal medicine. It wasn't here, clearly brought by the Supreme Being in the mountain. He continued forward, directly walking towards an old tree. The leaves there swayed, radiance filling the skies. A Tao comprehension ancient tea tree took root here, flowing with brilliant colors. Every single leaf on it was different, there were 108 of them, sparkling and translucent, resplendent and dazzling. Some were like small cauldrons, some like small chelants, and there were even some that were like small trigrams. They represented different Taos, extremely important for comprehending the Tao. Now, it could also be considered to have matured, but there was no one waiting outside. It was because the Supreme Being revived, not entering the deepest level of slumber yet, so no one dared to take the risk and obtain the leaves. Yifan walked up, directly plucking them, peeling off all of the leaves. They were like immortal splendor that tore through the sky, extremely dazzling. This time, the old Tao comprehension tea tree didn't run, because it knew that in front of a Supreme Being, it didn't have the slightest chance under such a close distance. Yifan entered the forbidden region to pick the immortal tea, calm and unhurried. He placed the leaves into the jade container, and then walked a circle around this place. He stared at the Supreme Being's residence, and then turned around to leave. Everyone was stupefied. This was extremely unbridled, daring to act like this in the Supreme Being's home, not feeling any restraints. Was this a type of intimidation and challenge? However, everyone knew that Yifan and Undying Mountain had a great grudge. Back then, during the darkness chaos, Stone Emperor slaughtered in all directions, quite a few of Yifan's close friends dying, for example, GZ, Jiang Taishu. Now that he came here, no one was surprised. If not for the Tao comprehension tea tree not being able to leave this place, he might have dug it up. Undying Mountain was a mysterious land, one of the cosmos source immortal lands. Tao comprehension tea trees could only be grown in this place. In the past, Great Emperor Wuxi had tried to dig it up, but it couldn't survive outside. Yifan didn't cut off the Tao comprehension tea tree's branches, because he had a type of ambition. In the future, he was going to rule over this place. This tree couldn't be destroyed now, it was going to be his own immortal medicine. The entire world was in an uproar. Yifan entered the forbidden region, plucking the Tao comprehension tea tree's leaves in front of a Supreme Being's face, and then calmly left, doing it just like that, younger generation. A cold snort sounded from the depths of Undying Mountain. He didn't say too much, because he knew that Yifan wasn't prepared to fight either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left like this, definitely going to fight a bloody battle. When I was crossing tribulation, there were people from Undying Mountain who took action as well. Don't feel so indignant. Yifan turned around, leaving behind these words as he walked out from the mountain region, extremely cold. This was opposing each other with equal harshness. Both sides didn't want to fight, so this was the only result. Then, Yifan entered the divine ruins. There were many ruin traces here, Tao traces everywhere. There was a giant southern heavenly gate towering here, the remains of ancient heaven, something that fell here back then. This was the first time Yifan entered. When he stepped through southern heavenly gate, he sensed a type of grand aura, as if there were the Tao traces of emperors rippling through the void. The remains were boundless. This was previously the paradise of deities, but now, it was known as the divine ruins. There were Supreme Beings hibernating here. Yifan clearly came for the immortal peach tree. Unfortunately, Supreme Beings were on guard against him, long restraining the tree, planting it in the innermost depths of the divine ruins. He was a step too late. Hong. Yi Fan took action, striking the ground. A large hand reached out, seizing an earth vein, holding it in his palm. Waves of dense immortal mist rose, refreshing the mind, a fragrance flowing about. This was a divine spring that surged out from the earth vein, never drying up since ancient times. After surging out from the ground, it seeped into the earth's core, forming a cycle. Don't cross the line. Someone spoke from the depths of the divine ruins, the voice extremely cold and ruthless. However, he didn't take action. When I was crossing tribulation, you also took action. A divine spring isn't even enough to compensate me. Yi Fan turned around coldly, refining the boundless earth vein to 3 inches in length. It shone in his palm, immortal energy surging. This was a true divine spring, on the same level as the 9 in the ancient desolate restricted land. It was the best source of water for growing undying medicines and refining pills, as well as extending one's life essence energy. It was hard to find in the entire world, and now, there was only one in the life-restricted region. That was moved here by a supreme being. Yi Fan didn't act politely, directly digging up this earth vein, seizing this divine spring, preparing to leave it for the celestial court to use. This type of harvest wasn't bad either. Even though the supreme being was dissatisfied, it wasn't to the point of risking his life. Yi Fan also knew his limits, not wishing to fight to the death. Of course, it wasn't important whether or not he offended them. Since these people had taken action when he was crossing tribulation, even if he didn't ask for an explanation, their relationship in the future was already set in stone. That was why Yi Fan barged in, brazenly robbing and extorting. He wandered around this place, thoroughly seeing through the divine ruins. Then, he carried the southern heavenly gate away, swaggering off, not showing the slightest bit of respect. The eyes of the supreme being in the divine ruins were incomparably cold. He stared at his back figure, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't want to sublimate to the extreme, but apart from this, there was no way he could kill the other party. In the eastern wasteland, everyone felt dizzy. What did Yi Fan do? He swaggered out, carrying the southern heavenly gate out. One had to understand that that was the face of the divine ruins. It actually changed owners just like that. It truly made people a bit speechless, making them even more fearful of his strength and power. It was clear that the Supreme Being had tacitly agreed. Because they had disturbed Yi Fan's tribulation, now, both sides were seeking a type of compensation that couldn't be revealed in public, thus reaching a type of balance. Immortal Mausoleum was a desolate place, hills everywhere. Every single one of them wasn't that tall, but they were all quite imposing. Some had energy lingering about, some had auspicious multicolored light rushing into the heavens. This place was extremely mysterious, believed to be the burial ground of ancient immortals. Even though all of the tombs were empty, people believed that it was caused by immortal bodies ascending to heaven, not leaving behind their true bodies. Yi Fan came, strolling around this place and searching, going from one place to another. In the past, the long-life celestial being hid here, dying in the darkness chaos. However, there were still supreme beings here. In the end, Yi Fan chose over 100 prehistoric monuments, pulling them all out. He was going to bring them away to study them properly. Yi Fan put away the monuments, no one stopping him, leaving all of the eastern wastelands people stupefied, even more so a bit numb. Soon afterwards, he appeared in the absolute beginning restricted region, arriving at the edge of the ancient mine. This time, he couldn't get close, because there were several waves of powerful power stopping his body. Nothing else, I just want a piece of absolute beginning life stone. He directly spoke, asking for it. After who knew how much time had passed, a silvery white strange stone flew out. It was the size of a wash basin, flowing with immortal light, releasing immortal essence, astonishing to the extreme. Yi Fan picked it up, and then he turned around to leave. Absolute beginning ancient mine didn't lack this type of thing, but there wouldn't be too many either. Life stones were incomparably precious in the outside world, enough for people to risk their lives for them. Yi Fan continued down the path, his final stop arriving at the Sea of Reincarnation. When he passed through the mountain gate, a great sea rested before him, brilliant and dazzling, great waves sounding. It was also in the eastern wastelands, but it didn't appear in the world of mortals, forming a world of its own. This was the first time Yi Fan came here. He looked around seriously again and again. Younger generation, I don't have anything here that is worth your attention. A cold voice said. There is, your life. Yi Fan calmly replied. No one expected Yi Fan to actually have the intention to take action at the final stop. Chapter 1748. The sea of reincarnation was silver in color, as if endless stellar streams poured down, converging into a sea. It was extremely vast, without limit. The silver sea stretched endlessly, even larger than the entire eastern wastelands, but normally, no traces of it could be seen at all. It was clear that this was a separate world, only the exit connected to the Big Dipper region. Silver waves surged, as if a storm of metal was sweeping over. Yi Fan walked on the waves. All of the waves separated beneath his feet, unable to stop his advance. Even the natural laws of supreme beings couldn't stop him, broken through. Younger generation, your arrogance has reached the heavens. You want to flatten the sea of reincarnation alone? This type of voice rang through the entire eastern wastelands, shaking the world. A supreme being was furious, making everyone tremble. Everyone was shocked. This time, it seemed like there really was going to be a battle, and not just a tacit balance. Isn't it just you? Could it be that there is a nest of supreme beings here? Yi Fan said calmly, his words extremely disrespectful, even referring to supreme beings as nests. It seems like you know quite a bit. The voice that sounded from the sea of reincarnation became even colder. Yi Fan sneered, not saying anything. He made a trip to the underworld, obtaining quite a bit of information from Hell-suppressing Emperor. Now, the Sea of Reincarnation was the weakest of the 7 great restricted regions, only a single person remaining. Back then, they were extremely prosperous, but unfortunately, 1 or 2 of them were killed by the Void Emperor more than 100,000 years ago. The Lord of Reincarnation from several hundred years ago also died a violent death, now only a single person remained. Do you want to flatten all of the restricted regions one by one? With these types of thoughts, not even heaven and earth can tolerate you. You will die without a burial ground. A shout sounded from the depths of the Sea of Reincarnation. His shout was naturally a warning to the other restricted regions, hoping that everyone would take action and kill Yi Fan. However, it was a pity that the 7 great restricted regions were all powerful, even hostile towards each other. There was no one who would take action for him. After all, the power of the divine body was already complete. Even if a supreme being appeared, there was a chance of dying. Now, the other life-restricted regions were rather expectant, hoping that he could fight against Yi Fan and test out the ultimate strength of a great success divine body. They were even hoping that he would sublimate to the limit and drag Yi Fan down with him. Only then would they be able to deal with this potential disaster. I just want to flatten this place. I remember that day when I was undergoing tribulation, you didn't let me off. You even swallowed my blood essence. Now that I'm here, you can try again. Yi Fan roared in a domineering manner. He stomped down with his foot, and instantly, huge waves surged into the sky, shaking the entire Sea of Reincarnation, causing this place to boil. Some of the giant palaces and floating islands in the sea were blasted apart and turned into fine powder under Yi Fan's vigorous blood energy. They simply couldn't stop his mighty aura. Younger generation, you are going too far. Do you really want to force me into the world? If a great battle breaks out, the one who will die will be you. The supreme being in the reincarnation sea said ruthlessly. Yi Fan roared with laughter, but his gaze was ice cold. It's fine if you want to avoid this battle, but you have to hand over an undying herb or a 9-revolution celestial pill. You have to give an explanation for attacking me that day. He didn't hide anything, directly extorting a supreme being. This was an undisguised objective, not hiding anything at all. It was just like what he said himself. When he faced tribulation that day, he was surrounded and killed by a group of supreme beings, so there was no way he could just let it go like that. If there was no compensation, he didn't mind starting a great battle, forcing the supreme being into the world. At that time, the blood energy here would wither up. The Supreme Being who was long past his prime would definitely be forced into a passive state, to the extent where he might not even be able to make it through this world. Unfortunately, the reincarnation sea's immortal treasures were all used up. After Yi Fan entered, he didn't find anything worth taking action. Meanwhile, the reincarnation sea's Supreme Being's attitude was also unyielding. He clearly killed him before, stopping him from crossing tribulation, yet now, he still had this type of attitude, making Yi Fan decide to fight a great battle. There is no undying herb, but if there is a 9 revolution celestial pill, it will be for me to use. You can stop your wishful thinking. The reincarnation sea's Supreme Being said coldly. He sighed inwardly, making his preparations. He really didn't have anything he could take out here, and this younger generation junior before him was extremely domineering, setting his mind on carving out flesh from his body. He had no choice but to face him head-on. In the outside world, everyone was shocked. Yi Fan truly made everyone feel reverence, but also speechless. This was extorting a Supreme Being. How could he be so daring, so unrestrained? This was clearly a battle without fear. You are courting death. Don't think that you are truly unmatched under the heavens just because you killed 2 overlord bodies. What does someone who didn't achieve the Tao count as? If you really force someone like me to sublimate, who do you think you are? Just an ant. The voice in the depths of the reincarnation sea was extremely grand, shaking the heavenly dome. The unmatched existence inside was cold and emotionless, his words extremely unpleasant to listen to, but he was just this domineering. It was because there was already no room for maneuver now. He predicted that Yi Fan would definitely take action, force him to fight. Instead of this, he might as well be magnanimous, no longer wronged, and endure silently. In the depths of the reincarnation sea was an enormous ancient tree that towered into the clouds. Grand palaces were constructed on the tree trunk one after another, looking extremely dreamlike. However, this tree had long withered and died. Now, there were no leaves, only bare branches. Yi Fan was astonished. Just how tall was this ancient tree? It was practically extending into the cosmos. There was a moon orbiting around it, chaotic energy flowing in all directions. The ancient buildings on the branches were grand, forming a staircase that ascended. Within every building were withered bones, all of them ancient heroes who had died. That was the tribe that belonged to the reincarnation sea. It was once a glorious holy land, but now, it became their burial ground. Many people chose this place as their final resting place. Even the ancient deities couldn't protect everyone's survival. This was a cruel reality. Living in this world, one had to struggle against time, but in the end, they still had to die. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. He suddenly had a feeling that the celestial court was extremely prosperous right now, but when he grew old one day, when the tribe all bent over with the passage of time, what kind of scene would that be? Perhaps it would be like this right now. The great inheritance, the unmatched grand occasion, the glorious celestial court would also come to an end, becoming a burial ground. Now wasn't the time to be distracted. Yi Fan restrained himself and pressed forward. At the very top of this ancient tree was no longer an ancient building, but rather a mountain. It was grand and tall, suspended above the treetop, suppressing the reincarnation sea. Chaotic energy descended. Blood energy surged like a sea there. A figure had long appeared on the mountain peak. From the distance, that place was hazy with mist. A majestic black figure stood there, full of a type of demonic nature. The oppressive atmosphere made one feel as if they were about to stop breathing. The reincarnation sea's Supreme Being had appeared. At this moment, the entire eastern wasteland seemed like it was going to collapse. Many mountain peaks rumbled and swayed, the great wasteland splitting apart. Yi Fan released a cold snort. Tao laws flew out, immortal light overflowing in all directions, stabilizing heaven and earth. He stared at the figure on the mountain peak at the top of the giant tree. That black demonic figure gave off too much pressure. He spoke in an ancient language, making it hard for others to understand, as if it was a type of terrifying demonic curse. The silver seawater surged, and then it rushed into the sky. A precious vase appeared in that person's hands. He collected the reincarnation's sea inside, quickly and fiercely. During this process, the sun, moon, and stars all trembled along with these fluctuations. It was terrifying to the extreme. His true body was revealed. This was a middle-aged man with a head of pitch-black hair. His eyes were silver, sharp and intimidating. Even though he was in human form, Yi Fan knew that there was no way this was a human, and that this wasn't the original form of his race. In his hands was a precious vase made from immortal tears green gold. The silver forbidden sea was collected inside, not a single drop left behind. Meanwhile, that ancient tree pulled itself up from the ground. It didn't have roots and was actually just a branch. It quickly shrunk, and in the end, it entered the precious vase, inserted within. Yi Fan was shocked. After that branch shrunk, it actually resembled a human body, its shape strange. This made him feel a wave of shock. That precious medicine of the Emperor Zun. However, this undying immortal tree had long lost its life essence, refined into a weapon by someone. Now, it no longer had the use of reviving the dead. Yi Fan's eyes were deep. The reincarnation sea wasn't simple. Back then, they actually obtained that humanoid immortal medicine and cut off its branch. That medicine wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Let's go, the battle in outer space. Yi Fan didn't want to destroy the Big Dipper. Meanwhile, the reincarnation sea's supreme being didn't stop either, because there were other life-restricted regions here. If they truly fought a great battle without any restraints, they might anger too many people. Stellar streams flickered. Yi Fan towered above. The supreme being from the reincarnation sea was named Yunzhen, profound and unfathomable. When he spoke softly, demonic curses rang through the cosmos. Noiselessly, countless enormous monuments appeared in Yi Fan's surroundings, towering into the cosmos, surrounding him. The scene was astonishing. The monuments really were too large, continuously increasing in size. In the end, even the sun, moon, and stars revolved around them, dignified and solemn, awe-inspiring and astonishing. Just what kind of scene was this? Ancient monuments stretched across the cosmos, appearing one after another. They were like the tombstones of immortals, filling up the starry skies. The stars in the sky couldn't even be considered much compared to them, too insignificant. A type of tremendous fluctuation spread out, about to bury Yi Fan here. Reincarnate in the 3 realms, carve my name in every generation, announce to the deities that the 9 heavens and 10 earths will obey my command. The incantation rang out, reverberating through the cosmos. Every single tombstone had the word Yunzhen carved on it, illuminating the past, present, and future. It was as if they were formed from the blood sacrifice of the deities. This was a strange scene. Every single monument was simple and mysterious. The radiance of the characters on them faded away, and an indescribable aura spread out. After that, Yi Fan felt as if his soul was about to leave his body to carry out the sacrifice. Freeze! Yi Fan shouted. The space between his brows shone brightly, activating the word before, stabilizing his primordial spirit. He stared at all the ancient monuments and that Yunzhen, saying, "So it was you." This wasn't the first time he saw this technique. Back then, when he fought against Di Tian on the ancient starry skies, he was shocked. This was a type of unrivaled scripture that had been passed down for a terrifyingly long time. Now, he found the source. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be created by this person before his eyes. Wang! All the giant monuments trembled, and faces appeared on them. However, they were still made of stone, which made them even more bizarre. Yi Fan felt as if his body had been cursed, and it was difficult for him to move. Carve my name in every generation. This sentence was like the most terrifying incantation, reverberating in the starry skies. The wind and thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Between the heaven and earth, countless heroic spirits appeared. The deities appeared at the same time, like a vast ocean crashing onto the shore. The divine might was so vast that it shook the 9 heavens. The inexplicable deities came from the monuments and charged forward together. Yi Fan and a true Emperor Realm Master began a great battle. Chapter 1749. A loud sound rang out. Yi Fan's entire body shone brilliantly with golden light. All types of divine marks danced about, and the natural laws were boundless. This was a method he created by drawing on the golden divine treasury. Now, it wasn't all types of weapons flying about, but rather all of immortal domain's creatures. 10,000 tribulations added to their bodies, descending into this world. The Kuan Peng roared through the cosmos. With a flap of its wings, the starry river collapsed. The true dragon roared, and with a sweep of its long body, the starry sky turned into powder. The vermilion bird opened its mouth and spat out endless immortal flames, burning the heavens. At this moment, Yi Fan became extremely dangerous. Natural laws erupted, first dealing with his own curse problem, and then he stopped all of the heroic spirits outside. Divine marks flew about, smashing into them one after another. Hong. In the end, this place exploded. The endless deities all shattered, and his divine marks also slowly grew dim. This was a shocking secret method attack. The very first battle already tore apart the sky dome, turning the starry river into dust. This place was incomparably terrifying. However, there were still many steals in the Six Harmony sky dome. They didn't disappear. Youngster, you aren't bad. You have some methods, but it's still not enough. Yun Zhen said. At this moment, every single steel was dripping blood, slowly trickling down. It was a bit terrifying, releasing a powerful Imperial Dao aura. Then, a sea of blood appeared, submerging this place. Go reincarnate. Yun Zhen shouted. The sea of blood was boundless. An enormous gate appeared in the middle, the word reincarnation written on it. It was going to suck Yi Fan inside. What relationship do you have with the underworld world? Yi Fan shouted. You should be asking me what relationship I have with the underworld emperor. Yun Zhen said coldly. Yi Fan was shocked. He had always felt that the sea of reincarnation was a bit similar to the underworld world. Now, it was proven. He couldn't help but stare at the other party, wishing to see through him. Hong. The sea of blood was boundless. That gate descended, surrounding Yi Fan, about to devour him inside. Yi Fan was fearless. His arms unfolded, his fists shining resplendently. Strand after strand of immortal essence flowed out, raising his Tao laws to a higher level, shattering heaven and earth. Yi Fan entered the door and smashed his fist forward. He was courageous and invincible. At this moment, his mind was highly concentrated, and he relied on his fists to shatter heaven and earth. The gate of reincarnation trembled violently as it endured Yi Fan's heavy blow. However, it didn't collapse in the end. In the end, when Yi Fan's fist was on the verge of igniting, a heaven collapsing, earth-rending explosion rang out. The sea of blood surged and the gate of reincarnation collapsed. This place was in ruins. Yi Fan stood tall as he charged out. Back then, after the Dark Lord established the underworld, he once sought me out to discuss the Tao, Yun Zhen said. This news was extremely shocking. Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely an antique that couldn't be any older. Later on, many people thought that I died, but they didn't know that I changed my identity and entered the sea of reincarnation. Ah, the glorious years of youth, it truly makes one reminisce. He said softly. He was originally a demonic godlike person, but now, he was like this. He was a bit absent-minded as he reminisced about the past. It was truly astonishing. Yi Fan knew that this was an ancient sovereign, one of the 9 great celestial beings. He was a legendary figure, and his origins were astonishing. The longevity celestial being thought that he was the most ancient old fellow that had survived, but there was another person in the sea of reincarnation who had changed his identity and similarly didn't die. Which one of the 9 great celestial beings are you? Yi Fan asked. What do you think? Yun Zhen laughed. The true names of the 9 supremes weren't as resounding and glorious as their titles of the past. I don't care who you are. Since you're an enemy, I'll kill you all the same. Yi Fan shouted coldly. You have ambition. Yin Zhen nodded. His voice was low, calm and unhurried. Yi Fan discovered that these ancient tablets were very strange. They covered the heaven and earth and cut off the aura of this place. Their conversation was also concealed and didn't leak out. At this time, Yin Zhen's gaze was very strange. He stared at Chu Feng's body again and again, revealing a strange radiance that was somewhat terrifying. You were the most special when you attacked that day. You chased me endlessly. It seems like there's a reason. Yi Fan looked him in the eye, wanting to see through his soul. I've read through the Emperor of the Underworld scriptures and obtained many inspirations. I changed my identity because I changed my body and part of my primordial spirit. Now, I can no longer be considered a pure me. Yin Zhen laughed. No matter how you looked at it, it was a bit frightening. His snow-white teeth flickered with cold light, and his eyes flickered with silver light. What do you mean? Yi Fan asked. The two stopped fighting and confronted each other. The Tao laws and other things were accumulating, and an earth-shattering attack could erupt at any time. I went into seclusion during the legendary era. In the future, I encountered someone who was about to achieve the Tao. He was just as world-shaking as you when you crossed tribulation. He almost stepped into the imperial domain, and I replaced him. Yin Zhen said. His voice wasn't loud, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. However, it made others shiver in fear. It was actually this terrifying. He seized someone's natural luck. In that era, he sublimated to the extreme, suppressing that person from achieving the Tao and seizing that person's body. His primordial spirit also merged with that person, becoming the current him. You are a monster. You can say that. That person was digested by me, and the majority of the merged primordial spirit is mine. Yin Zhen said. This could also be considered a type of longevity method. It was just as strange as the Emperor of the Underworld's extreme rebirth, a bit sinister and terrifying. You're targeting me now? Correct. I feel like you can prolong my life. Back then, there were so many people present, so I could only continuously attack you. Now, it seems like I can stake my life on the line. You're not bad. Yin Zhen said. Do you think you can seize my body and merge with my primordial spirit? Yi Fan sneered. How would I know if I don't try? Either way, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. If I succeed, I'll have a new lease on life. If I fail, won't I just die? It's not that big of a deal. Yin Zhen said calmly. You predicted that I would come looking for you, so you've already made preparations? Yi Fan asked. Not really. I was quite hesitant inside. If you didn't force me, I might have stayed hidden for a period of time, waiting for you to try and become an emperor before coming to look for you. Yin Zhen said with a smile. He had lived for so long. Even though he hoped for longevity, he didn't fear death that much. He had experienced too much. Then it's better if you die today. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He attacked with all of his strength. Endless divine splendor erupted, releasing the most dazzling radiance. He stood in the divine forbidden domain, brandishing the heavenly emperor fist and rushing forward. His strength quickly increased, reaching a horrifying level. An imperial aura pervaded the air. Challenging a great emperor wasn't just for show. This place flourished with brilliance. Many monuments exploded, unable to endure this type of pressure any longer. However, the monument engravings remained undying, turning into natural laws, interweaving here. The most intense great battle erupted between the two. This battle shocked heaven and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. Everyone in the cosmos was shocked, but there wasn't a single creature that didn't tremble. The imperial aura was too terrifying. This type of battle was rarely seen since ancient times. The divine forbidden domain is the basic accomplishment of a great emperor, it isn't much. Yin Zhen said. He similarly advanced to this domain, fighting against Yi Fan. Hong. Yi Fan displayed irregular scenes. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers appeared around him, immortal kings descended from the 9 heavens. All types of chaotic scenes appeared densely, interweaving into a chaotic world, about to swallow Yunzhen inside. They fought intensely. All of the imperial Tao laws formed from the monument engravings entered, shattered, turning into the most fundamental immortal light, rushing in all directions. Hurry up and sublimate. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Yi Fan said. You don't need to worry about me. The most wonderful moment will come. Even though Yunzhen spoke like this, he didn't act carelessly at all. He used all of his methods, even his weapon being blasted out. The precious vase in Yunzhen's hand shone. The silver sea that was sucked in rushed out like endless immortal essence, containing the most powerful great Tao laws, aiming to kill Yi Fan. That was the sea of reincarnation, an extremely terrifying type of substance. Come. Yunzhen released a great roar, his entire body shining. He was summoning a type of miraculous thing that flew over from the northern Dipper star domain. That was a sparkling and translucent little lake. It rose from the shattered sacred cliff, quickly rushing into the heavens, and then entering the cosmos. Reincarnation Lake, could it be that the Underworld Emperor has appeared? No, it's that person fighting in the cosmos who is summoning it. He can't be the Underworld Emperor. At this moment, even the people in the life-restricted region were shocked. The little lake was sparkling and translucent. It entered the cosmos battlefield, and then merged with the reincarnation sea, immediately becoming different. It was as if it could reflect the past and present, making one lose themselves. This is something left behind by the Underworld Emperor during his transformation. I've seen his ancient scriptures before, so I'll borrow it today, Yunzhen said. Yi Fan was shocked. He had naturally seen this little lake before. Back then, the old madman and little Nan Nan had both stared blankly before this lake, and little Nan Nan had even seen a corner of the future because of it. The reincarnation lake was actually left behind by the Underworld Emperor. This was the first time Yi Fan had heard of this. There were 3 incomparably strange and mysterious things in this world: the reincarnation lake, the soul pond, and the flying immortal waterfall. In fact, they were all products left behind by supreme beings for the sake of longevity. Yi Fan had already seen 2 of them, but he didn't really understand their wondrous uses. The sparkling and translucent lake water fell into the sea, giving the entire sea a soul. It submerged Yi Fan, wanting to reflect his past and present lives. Enjoy it to your heart's content. Yunzhen said. Even he wouldn't immerse himself in this kind of thing, because it was too strange. It might reflect the future, but it might also cause all kinds of unexpected events. Even the Underworld Emperor abandoned it after his transformation. Kill! Yi Fan roared. He also didn't want to touch this kind of thing. Karma and the future were things that couldn't be explained clearly. He only believed in the present. He smashed out with his fist, wanting to completely shatter it. The great battle erupted, and they fought with no thought of personal safety. Yi Fan rushed about in the reincarnation sea, stirring up boundless waves. His phenomena fused into one, blocking this kind of thing, not letting a single drop of it come into contact with. Meanwhile, his arms spread out, his hands continuously forming seals. The tips of his fingers evolved the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the myriad heavens and realms. He was like a god, pushing these celestial bodies to move. Splitting the heavens and earth. Yi Fan used his supreme divine ability to open up small worlds here, one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were over 1,000 of them, and then they all exploded. Boom! 1,000 small worlds shattered, and the reincarnation sea was blasted dry. The water droplets rushed to all parts of the cosmos. Boom! Yunzhen held the immortal tear emerald bottle with both hands, aiming it at Yi Fan. That place erupted with the most resplendent light. It was the ultimate Emperor Tao laws, simply like the end of the world. The myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head bobbed up and down. Tens of thousands of spirits appeared on the walls of the cauldron, and the inside of the cauldron was filled with primal chaos. It was like an immortal realm was suppressing over. Boom! Resplendent light burst forth, and terrifying Emperor Dao laws blasted out. This place was annihilated, and destruction became the main theme. Which one of the 9 great celestial being are you? If you don't sublimate, you won't have a chance anymore. Yi Fan spoke. I'm afraid that once I sublimate and recreate the might of the past, I will shock many people. Some people will be afraid. Yun Zhen spoke, his eyes flashing. Kill! Yi Fan roared. And at this moment, Yun Zhen's aura changed. The space between his brows shone resplendently, and his entire body shone. He began to change to the extreme, wanting to recreate the might of the past, and his true identity was about to surface. Chapter 1750. The aura of a supreme being's sublimation spread, immediately becoming many times more terrifying. Yi Fan's eyes erupted with light. This was the moment. He quickly activated the cauldron, frantically increasing his own strength. When an ancient supreme being severed his own blade, if he wanted to recover to his peak, he had to sublimate himself to the extreme. During this process, there was a flaw that could be overlooked that would appear. This was something Yi Fan had always been pondering over. Recently, he had been bitterly thinking and deducing. That opportunity was hard to grasp, but it wasn't impossible to seize. It was theoretically feasible. Over the years, while he was comprehending the Tao, he had practically exhausted all of his mental and physical strength. In the 100 years that had passed, in that state of comprehension that felt like 10,000 years, he had been constantly deducing and spending endless effort just to thoroughly study that fighter jet. Today, ever since the battle began, he had always been preparing. He stood in the divine restricted domain, operating the all-secret, calmly waiting. The instant the opportunity appeared, his attack power increased tenfold, Emperor Dao laws surging. This heaven and earth seemed like it was going to collapse, not becoming a world, not becoming a cosmos. It first turned into a black hole, and then into a land of primal chaos. Terrifying auras flowed about, natural laws destroying the world. Yi Fan took action ruthlessly, striking towards the person in front of him. It immediately became 10 times more terrifying. Roar, a dragon roar sounded. A green true dragon flew out from the cauldron wall, massive and ferocious. Its enormous body coiled about the cosmos, rushing towards the immortal tears, green gold bottle, and Yun General. Meanwhile, this was only one corner. All types of deities in immortal domain appeared. Endless radiance filled the cosmos. There was an immortal phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens, a fierce tiger pouncing on the starry river, as well as a black tortoise surging in the cosmos sea. Immortal spirits were endless, appearing one after another, colliding with the resplendent radiance in front of them. The most terrifying energy storm erupted, the entire great cosmos trembling. Ah, Yun Zhen roared out. He knew that a weakness would appear in the instant of sublimation. When advancing at full force, his defensive power would drop to the lowest, not allowing others to interrupt him. However, he didn't believe that Yi Fan would notice it. However, now, his expression changed. Everything happened just too suddenly, coming this quickly. Yi Fan accurately seized this opening, throwing himself over like a desolate beast. Heaven and earth shook. The expressions of the supreme beings in the great restricted regions all changed. All spirits in the cauldron transformation immortal domain roared. The true dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, flying serpent, and others pounced over to tear him apart. Meanwhile, at the very center was Yi Fan's original body. He turned into a celestial emperor, surrounded by an azure dragon and set off by a divine phoenix. He was tall and imposing, impossible to look up to as he slaughtered over domineeringly just like that. These original attacks' power were overlaid tenfold. This was an extreme attack. Everyone was shocked, including the unmatched existences in the life-restricted region. Boom! A peerless collision erupted. The myriad chi cauldron and the immortal tear green golden bottle collided, annihilating spacetime. The celestial domain collided with the great Tao divine bottle. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's fist smashed into Yun Zhen's body. This was simply a fatal blow. In this fleeting moment, Yi Fan seized the opportunity. Yun Zhen roared in rage and was flung through the air. The bones in his chest broke as blood splattered everywhere. Also, the center of his brows was grazed by another emperor's fist, shattering his skull. That sublimated primordial spirit felt like it was doused with oil, burning fiercely. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yun Zhen was killed just like that? Even his primordial spirit was ignited. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled as the starry sky trembled. Yi Fan's ultimate attacks were unleashed one after another. It was impossible for him to stop just like that. This was merely the beginning. He soared through the air like a shooting star, swift and violent. With a lift of his hand, the wind and clouds changed, the colors of the universe changed. His right hand transformed into the Grand Sovereign's sword while his left hand transformed into the void mirror. Yi Fan's right hand chopped down with indomitable might. The great dragon blade slashed apart the universe, almost cleaving Yun Zhen's body into two as a mist of blood erupted. The void mirror in Yi Fan's left hand soared through the air. The mirror light was like divine light, shining on Yun Zhen's immortal foundation, wanting to cripple his primordial spirit and turn it into ashes. At the same time, he executed the 8 steps Dao annihilation divine art he created. Every time his foot landed, 1,000 minor worlds would be created, colliding together and exploding. Primal chaos gushed forth as immortal light flashed. There was nothing more resplendent than this in the world. Yi Fan seized the initiative and showed no mercy. His attacks rained down on Yun Zhen one after another. A manifestation appeared. This time around, it wasn't a heavenly emperor's body but a small world of primal chaos, wanting to trap Yun Zhen within and grind him to pieces. Die. Yi Fan had completely gone crazy. He unleashed his manifestation and opened his heavenly immortal eyes, shooting out beams of auspicious light that slashed at Yun Zhen's primordial spirit. Yun Zhen suffered a heavy blow. Even though he had an emperor's body, his body was still badly mutilated as his blood dyed the sky red. But one couldn't help but say that an emperor's body was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as a grand completion Saint Physique with unparalleled physical attack still wasn't able to completely destroy Yun General because an emperor's body possessed an incomparable regenerative ability. His chest that was pierced through and his forehead that was shattered would automatically heal as immortal light shone in all directions. Yi Fan howled madly, unleashing all sorts of secret arts. His magical energy was boundless, all of them used on his opponent's body. There was no attack more tyrannical than this. Yun Zhen suffered a calamity, undergoing a transformation. He was in the most dangerous situation, causing his primordial spirit to seethe, wanting to make the final leap. Yet at this instant, so many unexpected things actually happened. Boom! Yi Fan's attacks became even more violent, displaying unrivaled divine might. He smashed his opponent's body into pieces, causing blood to splatter everywhere. There was even a fist-sized hole in his opponent's head. However, Yun Zhen reformed again. Everything happened in an instant, so fast that no one could react. Because this type of opportunity was fleeting in the blink of an eye, it was just a tiny dot in the midst of time fragments. Even for experts of this level, it was extremely difficult to catch it. Ah, Yun Zhen cried out loudly. His already tattered body flew out, breaking free from Yi Fan's vision. His flesh and primordial spirit burned as he tore apart the universe to escape the pursuit. He suffered a great loss in the first round, but in the end, he was able to break free from the rhythm of the battle. At this moment, the world was silent. Yun Zhen stood there covered in blood, but he didn't erupt in anger or roar. His expression was as cold as a glacier as he restored himself to the calmest state. Everyone in the cosmos was shocked. The scene just now was too terrifying. Yi Fan actually suppressed an Emperor Dao expert and beat him up, almost destroying the other party, shattering his flesh and cutting apart his primordial spirit. This result was too terrifying, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Even the existences in the Big Dipper restricted zone were silent. Each and every one of them stared at this place through the eternal void, wanting to find out the truth. The process of the battle just now was a wake-up call for them. They really couldn't be careless. In the process of extreme sublimation, such a small flaw could actually bring about a fatal disaster. Everyone sank into contemplation. This flaw must be plugged, otherwise, it would be too unjust to be killed like this. Just a little bit more and he would have beaten an Emperor Realm ancient deity to death. Yes, he's about to succeed. It's too terrifying. He's suppressing a Supreme Emperor Tao expert. His great perfection Saint physique is no joke after all. At this moment, the clouds moved in all directions. Everyone was stunned. This result was too shocking. Yun Zhen almost suffered a great calamity earlier. I've underestimated you. You are ruthless and strong enough, grasping the opportunity very accurately. Sadly, you were still lacking by a little bit. Yun Zhen spoke, his tone as cold as ice. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's take it slow. Yi Fan calmly spoke. Yun Zhen's recovery speed was astonishing. This was an unrivaled emperor physique. He didn't need to do anything intentionally and the injuries he suffered had already disappeared. His body glowed with a treasured light as he recovered. The flames of his primordial spirit towered up into the sky, not extinguished. This was done intentionally, wanting to sublimate to the extreme, wanting to make the final leap from immortal foundation. It wasn't like what many people guessed, that his primordial spirit was damaged and could no longer be preserved. Yun Zhen turned the immortal tear green gold bottle upside down, pouring out a drop of crystalline liquid that shone with 7-colored immortal light. This is the final drop of 9 revolutions immortal liquid. Yun Zhen sighed and swallowed it. Although he looked fine on the surface, his origin chi was still injured. The ultimate battle erupted. The two of them rushed together, fighting to the death, causing the boundless universe to tremble as fragments of time flew in all directions. In the following battle, Yi Fan acted several times to disturb Yun Zhen, causing him to fail in his sublimation. However, it was difficult for him to injure Yun Zhen like the first time. Yun Zhen was prepared and didn't give Qin Wendian a chance. The final hole was filled up. The final result was unavoidable. Yun Zhen succeeded in his sublimation. At this moment, the aura of the great Tao covered the sky, boundlessly resplendent, illuminating the entire universe. Yi Fan encountered the most terrifying battle in his life. He could only go all out. There was no path of retreat in this battle, he could only succeed. Without a doubt, the secret of all had been operating throughout the entire process. At this realm, the success rate of triggering it was extremely high, and it could last for a long time. This made Yi Fan strong to the peak of his life. He wasn't a true cultivator, and there were still flaws. However, when he went through the tribulation that day, he had probed more than half of his body. At this time, with the secret of all, his battle prowess increased tenfold, and he could fight against the ancient Emperor Yun. General, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and gods howled. This process was extremely tragic. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's body was shattered several times. He was beaten into a bloody mist by Yun Zhen, and his broken bones were like gravel. It was a tragic sight to behold. A true great emperor was unstoppable. Even though he was old, he was still invincible under the heavens. Yi Fan roared and fought back fiercely. He used all kinds of secret techniques, attacked with the fighting formula, and complemented by the power of the flying celestial. His battle prowess was increased tenfold, and he shattered his opponents several times. Every time Yi Fan's secret of all lost its effect, it was the most dangerous moment for him. Most of the tragic results of being torn into pieces by the Emperor's body happened at this time, and it was extremely bloody. This battle was the most bitter one that Yi Fan had ever experienced. He fought fiercely for more than 10,000 moves, and he was on the verge of death on several occasions. Of course, his opponent was also in big trouble. He was shattered several times by Yi Fan, and even his soul was almost caught in his hands. He quickly escaped. What surprised Yi Fan was that his opponent was still using other people's secret techniques to conceal himself, and he didn't want to expose himself. In this bloody battle, Yi Fan deeply felt the terror of the great emperor. The divine physique could only be used to challenge the emperor, and strictly speaking, he would die in battle in the end. And he also understood the heaven-defying nature of the secret of all. It was the existence of this secret that allowed him to fight until now. It was the foundation of his powerful conquest against the ancient emperor. Otherwise, he might really be in danger. The venerable emperor's secret of all is indeed peerless, but it doesn't mean that he is invincible. Yun Zhen said. His whole body emitted a strange light, and the aura of the 9 secrets exploded. What? Yi Fan was shocked. The secret of all of the 9 secrets was created by the venerable emperor? No wonder it was so heaven-defying. The last of the 9 great celestial being changed his title to venerable emperor after his second reincarnation. Not many people in the world know about this, but as someone from the era of legends, how could I not know? Yun Zhen said coldly. His whole body emitted light, and a terrifying aura burst out. Divine patterns were imprinted all over the universe. Yi Fan immediately knew which secret it was. He was extremely shocked, and his expression was extremely solemn. I really don't want to be exposed, Yun Zhen said to himself. Among the 7 great forbidden areas, 2 ancient places exploded with terrifying auras. Light beams shocked the sky, and the universe shook. Terrifying sounds were heard. It's you, and you're still alive. I have a debt to settle with you. When I achieved enlightenment, it was you who came to steal my fortune. Who would have thought that you're still alive? The voice from the forbidden areas made all the powerful races in the universe tremble. Chapter 1751. Yun Zhen shone, and the space around him twisted. A strange power appeared around him, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Qi. An unimaginable fluctuation rushed over, exceeding the world's extreme speed. With a pu sound, Yi Fan exploded, blasted into pieces, flesh and blood flying everywhere. That was actually Yun Heng's true body. His divine speed was unparalleled, and it was he who broke through the common sense of the universe. He was unparalleled in this world, affecting the stability of space and time. Just now, his speed was powerful to an incomprehensible level. The supreme beings in the great restricted regions all sucked in a cold breath of air. He was the celestial being who established the movement character secret, yet he was actually still alive. A streak of light rushed into the heavens from the restricted region. There were 2 individuals who recognized him, having a great grudge against him. Back then, when they were crossing tribulation to become emperors, they had suffered attacks. This person wanted to seize their Tao fruits. The unfettered celestial being was an ancient existence that moved unhindered throughout the age of legends. He was invincible and was known to be able to break through time and seek immortality. A figure like this should have died a long time ago, yet today, he appeared in his true body, leaving everyone shocked. They couldn't understand. Wasn't it rumored that he had long died in meditation? Although the 2 Emperor Path Masters in the restricted area were furious, they did not come out. They were watching, hoping that Yi Fan and this person would perish together. The unfettered celestial being created the path's secret art, and it was unparalleled in the world. It was said that once one stepped into the domain of time, one could change the flow of time, recover one's youth, and increase one's lifespan. In the end, it was still proven that it could affect time, but it still couldn't change one's body. Yi Fan reconstructed his true body. He had a great accomplishment Saint physique and half of his body had entered the realm of achieving Tao. Naturally, his recovery ability was amazing. In addition, he had mastered the being character formula, so he could almost recover to his original state in a single thought. It's useless. Everything will be useless against my secret character of Xing. Not even the secret character of Jia and the secret character of Zhou will work. If you force me to reveal my true form, you will only be walking on a path of no return, Yun Zhen said. He was extremely confident in his divine law, and he didn't even take the divine skills of venerable sovereign seriously. He looked down on the world, showing the arrogance and strength that a celestial being should have. Boom! Yun Zhen attacked once more, surpassing the speed of light. Time became chaotic, and it was impossible to see his figure. Pooh! Yi Fan's body exploded. Half of his body was blasted apart. He couldn't defend himself at all. That kind of speed was shocking. So powerful. Yi Fan sighed. He was truly impressed by the other party's profound mysteries. In this domain, the other party was definitely the number one since ancient times. No one could compare to him. Yi Fan's entire body glowed as he activated the secret art of travel to counter his opponent's secret technique. At the same time, with the enhancement of the secret art of all, his speed increased tenfold. When this happened, the universe collapsed, no longer stable, because there really was time power surging, seriously affected. Buzz. After an intense collision, Yi Fan was once again sent flying. A terrifying bloody hole appeared on his right shoulder, and the left half of his body had been turned into a bloody pulp. You want to fight me in my domain? Even if you have the all-secret character, it won't work. My Dao has reached a certain level, so I don't need any additional power. Yun Zhen said coldly. This was his method of becoming an emperor, so he had the qualifications to say this. No one was faster than him, and he was number one since ancient times. His research on the secret art of travel had long reached the heavens. Yi Fan didn't reply. Several secret techniques were activated at the same time, and the injuries on his body were all healed. His expression was incomparably serious as he walked forward step by step, confronting his opponent. However, in the following tens of clashes, Yi Fan's body was always covered in blood, and he suffered serious injuries again and again. He couldn't avoid his opponent's attacks at all. That kind of speed was incomparable, and no one in this world could evade it. If you can't, then you can. In this domain, all great emperors and celestial beings have to lower their heads to me, said Yun General. His hair was thick, and his silver pupils flowed with divine splendor. His sleeves fluttered, and he was indescribably aloof. In the past, he was called the unfettered celestial being, and there was naturally a reason for this. Because his speed was godly, others couldn't injure him, and it was rare for him to be in a difficult situation. Wang. The source energy of all things appeared. Yi Fan protected himself with the cauldron, releasing strand after strand of source energy. There were even 10,000 spirits that appeared. The Kunpeng, vermilion bird, heavenly dragon, and others circled around him, filling the cosmos and protecting him at the center. This cauldron isn't bad. If I merge it with my precious vase, it will become even more perfect. It won't be an issue for it to become an immortal artifact, said Yun General. He stared at the weapon above Yi Fan's head. Let's see if you have the life to take it. Yi Fan said. Yun Zhen laughed and said, the cauldron is mine, and even your flesh and primordial spirit are mine. When he finished speaking, his expression became extremely cold, and he had already sublimated to the extreme. After this battle, it would be difficult for him to make it through the endless years. Only by seizing Yi Fan's natural luck could he extend his life. Hong. The great battle continued. The unfettered celestial being was like a dragon rising and a phoenix descending, moving arrogantly. Every time he took action, he was extremely confident and at ease, but at the crucial moment, he would always vanish. It was just too fast. Every single strike of his was destructive. His speed reached the limit, and when divine force was released, the power was matchless. As expected, there was an unmatched power. This type of method made even the ancient supreme beings in the restricted regions feel incomparable restraining fear. Dang! He struck the cauldron several times, leaving behind streak after streak of finger imprints, almost piercing through the cauldron. If it wasn't for the fact that it was an all-life source energy cauldron, it would have definitely turned into dust. He relied on his incomparable divine speed to break through the defense of the all-life source energy, and then his attacks arrived in front of Yi Fan, almost making him suffer a disaster several times. Yi Fan increased his speed again, using the soldier secret to restrict the unfettered celestial being. He used the fighting secret to attack, and the attainment secret to increase his speed. He used all of his power to fight a great battle against Yun General. This was an intense great collision rarely seen since ancient times. Yun Zhen sublimated, equivalent to a great emperor taking action. Yi Fan didn't die after fighting him for so long, proving just how powerful he was. Pfft! Yi Fan spat out blood once again as he was sent flying. This time, he was hit by the opponent's Emerald Aquarius bottle. Then, he was pressed down by the opponent's palm. His body split into pieces, and his saint blood splattered like rain. Do you think the more divine arts you know, the better? If you don't master them, you will never be able to touch the highest realm. Yun Zhen sneered, every cultivator who achieves Tao sublimates in an extreme realm, reaching the highest realm. It's not that learning more is good, it will only distract you, and in the end, you won't be able to learn anything. The unfettered celestial being said while attacking. He looked down at Yi Fan with a hint of ridicule. In this world, he was probably the only one who dared to criticize Yi Fan's gains and losses as if he was teaching a junior a lesson. You said it yourself, everyone's Tao is different. How do you know that my cultivation won't work? Yi Fan was unmoved, and his gaze became even more resolute. Boom! Yi Fan suddenly activated his phenomenon to fight against the unfettered celestial being. He wanted to pull his opponent into his own chaotic realm and dissolve the latter's speed attack. And it worked. The phenomenon expanded, making it difficult for Yun Zhen to enter. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and his speed was limited. Kill! Yi Fan's eyes burst with divine light as he punched forward with his celestial arch fist. He did not doubt his battle prowess, the only thing he was wary of was his opponent's speed. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally had to use all his methods and fight with all his might. Boom! Then, a terrifying sound rang out. Yun Zhen disappeared from where he stood, and a strange light shot towards Yi Fan's head. Without a doubt, it was another godly speed, and this time, it was even more terrifying than before. Yi Fan immediately sank his cauldron and covered himself with it. Then, his entire body lit up, and a powerful aura burst out to block the attack. Clang! The cauldron shook, and cracks appeared all over it. Yi Fan attacked with his celestial arch fist and hit a ray of flowing light. Although it was dispersed, many wrinkles appeared on his fist as if it had aged a lot. This made him gasp. This was the power of time. His opponent had used the line's secret art to its limit and had indeed stepped into the realm of time to attack him. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. He realized that his opponent's words were not without reason. When a secret art reached its limit, it would truly be invincible. There was no need for anything else. With a rumble, the unfettered celestial being spread his arms like an immortal phoenix spreading its wings or a divine ape jumping up and down. Boundless waves of Tao shot out, all of which contained the power of time. This was his trump card. Yi Fan understood that his opponent did not want to wait any longer. At this moment, he had launched his most terrifying attack. If he could not block it, it would truly end tragically. The line's secret art was so terrifying that no outsider could reach its limit. Since ancient times, only the unfettered celestial being could reach the acme of perfection and connect with immortals. Boom! Yi Fan shook the cauldron out. Tens of thousands of spirits danced in the air. Dragons, phoenixes, kunpengs, white tigers, and others covered the sky and earth, drowning the universe. Many great stars directly collapsed. However, at this moment, something horrifying happened. When the tens of thousands of spirits encountered those waves of Tao, they all silently aged. In the end, their flesh and blood dried up, turning into dried bones as they died of old age. In the universe, all the major races felt their scalps go numb. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? He could really control time. The unfettered celestial being was indeed terrifying. No wonder he was so conceited. Break! Shouted Yi Fan. He did not break any of the 9 secret arts and was still using them. At the same time, his right hand suddenly pulled and displayed the Wuxia secret art. He struck everything back to its original point and forcefully interrupted his opponent's technique. Boom! The unfettered celestial being staggered. Although the power of time did not completely dissipate, it was stagnant and almost interrupted. Yi Fan roared. His peerless attack power surged forward. Moreover, he reached out and grabbed an endless river of stars. Countless great stars smashed down like raindrops. Boom! The power of time was scattered and rushed in all directions. Many great stars exploded. You know quite a lot of secret arts, but you still can't stop this celestial being, shouted Yunzhen coldly. However, he was alarmed. Yi Fan had many secret arts, and all of them were very shocking. If he continued to evolve, he would definitely be a threat to him. He stood in the eternal body and displayed the Rho formula to the extreme. He attacked again, and this time, the power of time was even more majestic. He wanted to finish off Yi Fan as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Yi Fan used more secret arts, but this time, the main secret art was different. It was imitating vicious myriad divine transformation art. It turned all mysteries into decay and effectively stopped the flow of time. The unfettered celestial being's power of time was disrupted, and it was not as smooth as before. Let's see what other tricks you have, shouted Yun. The two fought fiercely for another hour. Yi Fan was hit several times, and his body exploded. The power of time had caused great damage to him. If it wasn't for his peerless saint blood that quickly washed away the strange power, he might have died. The fierce battle reached the end. Yi Fan's entire body was burning. He used all of his secret arts, and the universe was boiling. The scriptures in his body were unceasing. All kinds of profound meanings were displayed, forming a sea of laws and secret arts. Even the vision was reflected in the sky. The unfettered celestial being's expression changed. He felt that something was wrong. As Yi Fan risked his life, even though his blood splashed and his body exploded from time to time, he didn't weaken. Instead, he was undergoing some kind of terrifying transformation. The laws around Yi Fan interweaved, and the scriptures formed dense runes. In addition to the vision, he seemed to be wrapped inside a cauldron. He was like a metamorphosed divine fetus. The 100 scriptures nurtured by the furnace. You want to use me to transform? How dare you, shouted Yunzhen angrily. He finally understood the other party's Tao. This young enemy was too bold. His body had been shattered many times, and he could die at any time, but he still wanted to comprehend the Tao and break through in this kind of situation. The 100 scriptures nurtured by the furnace, all kinds of methods burst forth, and all kinds of immortal light fused. The area around Yi Fan became a land of primal chaos, and he became the one that was about to transcend. This was the path he wanted to open. At this time, boundless primal chaos immortal light danced and wrapped around him. At the end of the evolution, could it be that he's going to become a primal chaos body? Yunzhen was shocked. He roared and rushed forward. Chapter 1752. Yunzhen slaughtered his way through the cosmos, displaying the secret character of the line to its extreme. His entire body was sparkling and resplendent, his feather clothes fluttering in the wind. He was like a war immortal that was going to hack apart the enemy in front of him. 10,000 methods curled up here, Tao ripples boundless. Yi Fan was wrapped up by the dazzling divine chains of order, making him look like a great cocoon. Divine splendor poured down like rain, light beams filling the sky. At this moment, the natural laws of heaven and earth turned into tangible chains. Multicolored lights shone brilliantly, 10 different colors appeared at the same time. Multicolored lights overflowed, dense mists pervading the air, appearing brilliant and illusory. These laws of order were like molten metal, flowing within the blazing radiance, wrapping around Yi Fan, forming a cauldron and furnace, nurturing him within. The unfettered celestial being attacked several times. Even though it made Yi Fan cough out large mouthfuls of blood, it didn't shatter him to pieces again. This made his expression change. On the contrary, Yi Fan, in a desperate counterattack, danced through the 9 heavens, all types of blazing divine chains shooting out, blasting Yunzhen's body full of holes, causing him to explode once. You truly surprised me, actually able to fight against me. If not for this poor Taoist's immortal shocking speed, this time, I really might have died under your hands, said Yunzhen. He stopped, standing in the distance, watching Yi Fan in the cauldron. His eyes were indescribable, and then he took a deep breath of innate essence. Just this action alone made countless stellar rivers in the cosmos dim, all of them turning into immortal essence, entering his body. The great races of the cosmos were all overwhelmed with shock. At this cultivation realm, what they took in and spat out was the star domain's most fundamental essence. If they intentionally did this, it would truly be a great disaster. The unfettered celestial being extended his arms, continuously forming imprints, displaying secret techniques. This was a sublimation of the secret character of the line, developing it to an incomprehensible level. One of his palms became sparkling and translucent. Then, with a violent shake, a magical imprint was formed, slapping towards Yifan's location. Chi! The divine light was dazzling, the auspicious brilliance astonishing. This was an astonishing streak of immortal light, flying out from his palm, directly entering the cauldron that resembled metal liquid, about to penetrate Yifan's body. Light of time. Not even the creatures in the life-restricted region could remain calm. A few cries of alarm sounded, clearly deeply shaken. This was a terrifying divine technique that could threaten them. This ray of light was not very thick, but it penetrated the liquid laws around Yifan and was about to hit his body. Anything that involved time was absolutely heaven-defying. It was impossible for Yifan to touch it with his physical body. This kind of power was too strange. If he made the slightest mistake, he would lose a great deal of his lifespan. No one could afford that. With a light shout, the myriad chi cauldron flew down and stopped in front of him. The beam of light hit the cauldron with a loud clang. The wall of the cauldron was damaged and a hole appeared. In addition, the entire cauldron underwent a strange change. There was now a type of mottled color, as if it had been submerged in dust for tens of thousands of years. Traces of time covered it densely, making one's hair stand on end. What would happen if this hit a person's body? Everyone was shocked. The 9 great celestial beings were terrifying as expected. Every single one of them had reached the pinnacle of their own domain. No one could compare to them, and they were already close to immortals. The unfettered celestial being operated the power of time like this wasn't easy for him either. This was a heaven-defying action. Time and the passage of time were taboo, and his own consumption wasn't small either. After adjusting his breathing, his eyes became incomparably cold. After a short period of peace, Yun Zhen roared loudly and suddenly went crazy. He was no longer as carefree and otherworldly as before. At this moment, he became an angry lion. His entire body shone resplendently as he attacked fiercely. From the tip of his finger, beams of light flew out one after another, turning into a blazing waterfall. It was as if a divine waterfall fell from the 9 heavens, and they all struck towards Yifan to destroy him. Light of time. Every beam of light contained this kind of power. At this point in the battle, Yun Zhen used the forbidden divine ability. He didn't want to drag things out for too long, and he hoped to suppress Yifan in the shortest amount of time possible. Everywhere in the cosmos, it was deathly silent. Everyone was trembling. So much light of time danced about. Who could stop it? Yifan's expression had long changed. He activated the myriad energy cauldron and fiercely resisted. In just a short moment, more than 10 small holes appeared on his cauldron. It was extremely damaged, and the terrifying power of time densely covered it. It made the entire cauldron overflow with an ancient aura, as if it had been passed down from the primordial era. This was a bitter battle. During this time, Yifan spat out essence blood and turned into his own body. He used his blood body to die in place of his opponents several times. The existences in the forbidden region were all silent. Only after a long time did someone speak. The unfettered celestial being is terrifying indeed. He is worthy of being an expert from the legendary era. Even if we go out, we might suffer greatly. We might even die. Light of time, a heaven-defying taboo power. It is truly difficult to deal with. It can even kill an Imperial Dao expert. This was the ancient emperor's evaluation of Yun Zhen's battle prowess. One could imagine how terrifying he was. At the same time, it also showed how powerful Yifan was. He had resisted until now and still hadn't died. Passively taking a beating wasn't Yifan's style. He unleashed all kinds of techniques and almost went berserk. Immortal essence flowed out from every pore of his body as he released laws. Strange phenomena, 9 secrets, flying immortal power, wuxia technique, celestial emperor fist. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a 1,000-armed ancient immortal. He fought until the heaven and earth shattered and returned to the primordial era. All kinds of light beams flew towards Yun. General murderous intent spread out and the primal chaos overflowed, drowning this place. Even though the unfettered celestial being possessed extreme speed, he was still hit several times by the divine laws that filled the sky. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood as cracks appeared all over his body. He was seriously injured. This was a bitter battle. Yi Fan risked his life and was prepared to drag Yun Zhen down with him. His indomitable will to fight made the unfettered celestial being shudder. The more the young man fought, the more courageous he became. His eyes shone brighter and brighter. The chaotic cauldron was a serious threat to Yun. General. The cauldron nurtured by the 100 scriptures actually began to refine Yun Zhen's light of time and gain defensive power. What kind of shocking change was this? When this happened, the unfettered celestial being's eyes widened. How was this possible? Nothing like this had ever happened since ancient times. Even if a venerable emperor came back to life, he could only suppress it with his absolute battle prowess. How could this be? Boom! The cauldron shone brightly. Yi Fan himself also felt this change. He discovered that all kinds of scriptures and techniques were beginning to fuse. Especially those secret techniques that could restrain the Xing character, such as the wuxia scripture, which absorbed the power of the cauldron and pushed some of the light beams of time back to their original point. The same was true for the omni-deity art, which diluted Yun Zhen's brilliant light rain. Yi Fan understood. The cauldron nurtured by the 100 scriptures was developing the secret of the chaotic body. It could absorb all kinds of Tao and refine them into a cauldron, turning them into its own divine laws and power. Boom! This place was shattered. The galaxy of the universe was smashed into star ruins. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head was riddled with holes, but his eyes were blazing. He formed the seal of time with his left hand and the seal of universe with his right. He did his best to draw upon the power of the universe. Another shocking change occurred. The power of time gathered in Yi Fan's left hand, and the power of space surged in his right. On one side was the unfettered celestial being, and on the other side was the shattered void. He moved the heavens and moved the earth, taking in all of these. The 4 directions were called the universe, and from ancient times until now, they were called the universe. Yi Fan formed the seal of universe with his right hand to swallow the shattered void, and his left hand formed the seal of universe to draw upon the power of time. He let the 2 fuse, turning them into the God Law cauldron outside his body. All kinds of techniques boiled, and this place became more and more dazzling. The sea of divine power surged into the sky. Junior, how dare you use me? Yun Zhen was furious. The power of time wasn't that useful anymore. A part of it was absorbed by the sticky God Law swamp outside Yi Fan's body. This was mainly due to the great effects of the wuxia technique, the omni-divine technique, and Yi Fan's seal of universe. They guided the God Law of time to join in, making this place seem like the creation of heaven and earth. All kinds of laws appeared, and the aura of primal chaos became denser and denser. In the end, the God Law cauldron outside Yi Fan's body actually began to transform into primal chaos, swallowing all kinds of techniques. The unfettered celestial being sucked in a breath of cold air. Was he really going to form the primal chaos body? He had speculated it the moment he saw it, and now it seemed to be true. Bewilderment came from the few restricted areas. The power of the bloodline of the primal chaos body was heaven-defying. Apart from the innate saint body, there was almost no one that could compare to it. Once it appeared, even the supreme beings would be afraid. All kinds of divine technique attacks were practically useless against it. It could swallow up the 8 desolates and contain all techniques in the universe. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the ancient supreme beings were no exception. The primal chaos body had appeared before in the legendary era. Before it had even achieved the Tao, it had already set off endless waves, shaking the world. Could it be that Yifan was really going to evolve into a primal chaos body? This was everyone's question. At this moment, they were incomparably shocked. The eyes of the ancient supreme beings in the restricted areas erupted with divine radiance. Yifan himself was also a bit puzzled. The furnace nurtured the 100 scriptures, so how did it transform to this step? He ultimately transcended in order to comprehend all methods. The primal chaos wasn't his Tao, so how could it be like this? Suddenly, he was a bit horrified. He felt that something wasn't right. Not only did the 10,000 techniques merge and slowly turn into a primal chaos cauldron, even he himself was about to return to nothingness and turn back into primal chaos. This isn't my method. It wants to turn me into a part of the laws of heaven and earth. This isn't my Tao. He woke up with a start. His Tao was to transcend, to go against the flow and break free from the shackles of the entire universe. Ever since the immortal 3 severs of the Tao, this was already destined. The primal chaos wasn't his Tao. This was to make him return to this world and refine him into a part of the cosmos. I have to break free and transform from the extreme of the primal chaos. Otherwise, I'll destroy myself on this path sooner or later. Yifan came to a realization. However, right now, he had to walk on this path and walk towards the primal chaos. He still hadn't reached the extreme of the path yet. This was a difficult immortal path. He could fall at every turn, and the slightest mistake would consign him to eternal damnation. Yifan's heart gradually calmed down. This was something that needed a long period of time to consider. He wasn't that anxious right now. He could draw closer to the primal chaos and walk towards it. Right now, this kind of dangerous transformation was the most effective method to deal with the unfettered celestial being. He held the immortal tear's green gold vase in his hand and supported his own method. Blazing beams of light shot out one after another, drowning out Yifan. However, the effects were getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, an hour passed. The unfettered celestial being was getting anxious. He didn't think that this battle would last for so long. His extreme sublimation had consumed too much energy and he couldn't hold on for too long. At this time, he already couldn't gain the upper hand. The primal chaos furnace outside Yifan's body was becoming more and more solid. It absorbed the light of time and was difficult to completely destroy. Even though Yifan's body was covered in wounds within the swamp of laws, and he had suffered heavy injuries time and time again in the past hour, even exploding along with the cocoon of light several times, he still managed to hold on. Yifan began to counterattack. The unfettered celestial being's extreme speed was useless against him. The chances of injuring him were getting fewer and fewer. Everyone sighed. At this point in the battle, everyone knew that Yifan had reversed the situation. Yun Zhen wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer and would undoubtedly be defeated. What a pity, I'm getting old. Otherwise, even if the primal chaos body came, I would still kill it without hesitation. The unfettered celestial being sighed. He couldn't hold on any longer. It was difficult to maintain his extreme sublimation state and he was about to fall. Boom! Yifan rushed over with all methods. The primal chaos furnace trembled and smashed towards the unfettered celestial being. In this violent collision, Yun Zhen's body cracked and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he was sent flying. Chasing the Tao, chasing the immortals, asking the heavens if it can be eternal, the long river of time, appear. The unfettered celestial being roared and light flooded the universe. This was his final attack and the battle was about to end. Chapter 1753. A river appeared. At first, it flowed slowly, but then, it became rapid, surging and roaring as it rushed towards Yifan. The river of time. This wasn't a true river, but the embodiment of a type of law. The flowing aura of time covered the sky and earth, releasing tens of thousands of thunderous roars. Carefree celestial being fought with his life on the line. He could only release one last attack. This was the most dazzling moment of his life. He had reached the most powerful state with unparalleled offensive power. The brilliance drowned out the cosmos. No one could see clearly. At this moment, Yun Zhen used the river of time to slash not only Yi Fan, but also himself and the entire cosmos. He wanted to use the river of time to destroy this place and open up a path in the cosmos to communicate with the other world. This was the last heaven-defying attack. Boom! A world-shocking collision occurred. This place was covered in layers of mist. The immortal river surged and the primal chaos surged. When everything ended, carefree celestial being staggered. His entire body was covered in blood and the precious vase in his hand shattered. Tens of thousands of Tao wailed in the world. Everything was ruined and unrecognizable. He had failed in the end. He had created the line character and stepped into the domain of time, but in the end, he was defeated by this Tao law and killed by time. He released the final attack, injuring the enemy, splitting the sky, and also killing himself. Yi Fan's celestial emperor body formed from the phenomenon was obliterated by the river of time, turning his true body into withered bones. The primal chaos cauldron also decayed. His true body was sent flying and the energy cauldron was broken into pieces. Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He had avoided the attack of time, but he couldn't avoid the fluctuations of the unparalleled divine power. He suffered extremely serious injuries. His entire body was covered in blood, but just now, he had also released his most powerful attack. Tens of thousands of laws exploded and blasted into his opponent's body. Yi Fan knew that carefree celestial being wouldn't be able to live much longer. Whether it was the slash of time or the primal chaos, they had both injured his primordial spirit. Yun Zhen was now old and didn't have the energy to defy the heavens. Carefree celestial being laughed towards the sky. His expression was complicated and his emotions were difficult to understand. The space between his brows had long split open and blood flowed out. At this moment, the river of time flowed in reverse and smashed into his body. Boom! He was incredibly old, his entire body's flesh withered up, turning into white bones. Time had worn him away. All of a sudden, he exploded and turned into space dust. A person who studied time was ultimately defeated in his own field. The great Tao of heaven and earth rumbled. Just now, all of the Tao was almost hacked apart, turning this place into a land of disaster. All of the stars turned into fine powder. Apart from Yi Fan and his weapon, there was nothing left. The curtains fell on this battle, and it ended in a way that shocked everyone, but also made them want to remain silent. The celestial being of a generation fell, turning into smoke, once again proving to the world that time was merciless. Even the most powerful supreme being would reach their end one day. Yi Fan was in the independent cosmos, absorbing the divine force storms of all directions to repair his body. He suffered heavy injuries, but his life wasn't in danger, so he could recover. A celestial being had died, killed by Yi Fan in the cosmos. This was a super major event with far-reaching effects. After a moment of silence, the entire cosmos erupted with commotion. Yi Fan defied the law to attack the celestial being and actually succeeded, establishing an immortal legend that shook the 10 wastelands. The cosmos was no longer calm, triggering a great commotion that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An unmatched expert shone with dazzling radiance, dazzling past and present. Yi Fan put away the fragments of the immortal tear green golden vase and the dried branch, disappearing from this place. He appeared in another ancient region and began to frantically devour spiritual essence to repair himself. Through the spell formation, through the eye of the formation, the cultivators who were observing him from many star fields away trembled and shouted out. Attacking a life-restricted region was something they didn't even dare think about in the past, but after this battle, the people of the world were shaken. Yi Fan's performance toppled their understanding. This was as if they had returned to that glorious and brilliant desolate era where heroes emerged in large numbers. The people of the restricted regions became silent. Yi Fan rose up in this way, first killing the overlord body, and then killing the unfettered celestial being. How could they not feel restraining fear? This was a battle accomplishment that made them feel apprehensive. A supreme being who had ascended was still defeated. Everyone thought of themselves. What would they do if they had to face a divine body one day? Living in this kind of era made the people of the restricted regions feel extremely uncomfortable. Their lives were under threat. As existences of this level, when had they ever thought about their own safety like this because of a single person? This made them furious. In the void, Yi Fan sat cross-legged for several days. He finally recovered and didn't suffer any destructive injuries. With his current blood energy, treating serious injuries wasn't much. When Yi Fan opened his eyes again, electricity appeared in the void, and the cosmos trembled because of him. He comprehended quite a bit from this battle, experiencing the terror of Great Emperor Wuk. What he said isn't without reason. When a type of technique reaches its peak, it is enough to become unmatched under the heavens. If you focus on one domain, there will be a day when you will rise above the 9 heavens. Yi Fan said to himself. The other party entered the domain of time from the line's secret art, reaching great heights, leaving him greatly shaken. Meanwhile, he cultivated many types of techniques, and wanting to cultivate all of them to the peak was easier said than done. However, everyone's path was different, and he wouldn't waver. He understood his own path, and he had to unswervingly continue down it. Several days later, Yi Fan returned to Big Dipper. His appearance caused a huge commotion. He came again. Could it be that he still wanted to enter the restricted region to fight against ancient supreme beings? Everyone was stupefied, all of them revealing looks of disbelief. As for the few restricted regions, the atmosphere was tense. There were cold gazes staring at them quietly. If Yi Fan really went too far, they naturally had to come out and fight. In the end, Yi Fan entered the great wasteland where the Sea of Reincarnation was. Only the mountain gate was left, and the true sea was gone. It had been razed to the ground. From this day forth, the Sea of Reincarnation will no longer exist in this world. Yi Fan's voice sounded, shaking the boundless great earth. His large hand reached out, turning this place into fine powder, making this life-restricted region, the Sea of Reincarnation, completely turn into the clouds and smoke of history, becoming a thing of the past, never to be seen again. Only now did the people of this world know that with the death of the unfettered celestial being, the Sea of Reincarnation was destroyed, not a single person left inside. A life-restricted region was gone just like that. The entire world was shocked. Wiping out a supreme being was shocking, but flattening a life-restricted region made everyone tremble even more. This was a magnificent feat since the dawn of time. Heavens, one of the 7 great life-restricted regions actually disappeared all of a sudden, forever flattened. The great completion holy body Yi Fan really defied the heavens after all. The world was in an uproar. News spread to every region. This was an unimaginably glorious feat. The destruction of a restricted region truly had too great of an effect. Everyone knew that this wasn't the work of Yi Fan alone. During the ancient era, the Void Emperor fought all over the place, entering the Sea of Reincarnation more than once, personally killing 1 or 2 people. Meanwhile, during the darkness chaos 300 years ago, the Sea of Reincarnation also lost a supreme being. After more than 100,000 years of continuous deaths, only then did Yi Fan have a chance of flattening this place. It could be said that flattening a life-restricted region wasn't something a single generation could accomplish. This was the result of great emperors working together. This allowed everyone to see hope. The darkness chaos was too terrifying. If the remaining restricted regions only had 1 or 2 people left, then in the future, they might very well be flattened one after another. Just like this time, the Sea of Reincarnation disappeared, truly never appearing on Emperor Burial Star again. How many heroes were buried in the restricted regions? How many heroes' blood splashed across the ancient land? I hope they can be flattened in the end. This was the wish of many people. Yi Fan made a circle around Big Dipper. No one in the remaining restricted regions uttered a word. The restricted region heirs that were roaming outside all fled back to their families, not daring to appear again. Not long ago, they still wanted to unleash a great slaughter on the celestial court, wipe out Yi Fan's inheritance, but now, they completely lost their temper, not daring to meet Yi Fan, only able to stay far away. Yi Fan restrained his own aura and walked about the great earth, walking through every great desolate land, searching for old memories. Unfortunately, the great rivers and mountains were preserved, but Gai Jiuyo, white-clothed divine king, and the others would never return. Yi Fan was emotional. He silently offered sacrifices in some old places, but he couldn't find any corpses. He could only reminisce in the places they roamed about when they were alive. Brother Yi. The Jade Lake Holy Lady appeared, her exceptional appearance carrying a complicated expression. She invited him into the Jade Lake. Not long ago, they were competitors of the same generation, but now, the other party was already a legendary figure who could fight against supreme beings. Yi Fan nodded and entered the Jade Lake, wanting to take a look at the Stone King. No matter how he calculated, the divine fetus should be born within 5,000 years. Now, he was no longer afraid of this woman, regardless of whether she was good or evil. At the level of the holy body, Yi Fan was confident that he could suppress her. Oh, will she become a supreme woman in the future? Yi Fan stared at the 9 orifices divine fetus. Inside the sparkling strange stone sat a woman with her eyes closed. She was a bit afraid of his arrival, and her body trembled slightly. I hope to be able to fight alongside you in the future. A divine thought was transmitted from the stone as a reply. Yi Fan smiled, nodded, and didn't say anything. The news that Yi Fan had entered the Jade Lake spread throughout the Big Dipper, and the eastern wasteland was in an uproar. Many great powers were moved, and the masters of the great sects all moved to the Jade Lake to pay their respects. On this day, no one knew how many people came, and the Jade Lake's mountain gate was almost broken. If they weren't allowed to enter, many people would directly sit outside the mountain gate, unwilling to leave. Please allow us to have an audience with the master of the celestial court. Everyone longed to see the great holy body, and even the people of the same generation as Yi Fan in the past were like this. The people of the Jade Lake were in a difficult position. Now, Yi Fan's status was very different, and he was someone who was at the same level as the ancient emperors. He couldn't be seen casually, and they were afraid of offending the great holy body. Yi Fan sighed softly. Time had changed a lot. In the past, the saintess of the Jade Lake could joke with him, but now it was like this. Not only this peerless saintess, but the others were also like this. They were in fear and trepidation towards him, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. This wasn't the result he wanted, but it couldn't change the fact that the ancient emperors were so high that everyone could only look up to them, and they didn't dare to blaspheme them. Yi Fan met everyone, and he even lectured for 3 days, dispelling everyone's doubts, discussing cultivation methods, and explaining the true meaning of the Great Path. During this period of time, quite a few people came from the outer realms. After hearing that he was lecturing here, many experts came with the heart of a saint. Yi Fan saw a few familiar people, such as the great Xia Prince Xia Yiming, the white-clothed little nun, and a young girl who resembled Princess Yu Dai. Only after asking did he find out that she was the porcelain doll he met in the past, Princess Yu Dai's child. My mother passed away during the darkness chaos. She sadly shed tears. When Yi Fan heard this, he sighed softly. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the Tao platform and lectured. Scriptures filled the sky, scattering down and turning into a large rain of light. Everyone was greatly moved, and they entered a state of Tao comprehension. Within the crowd, Feng Huang's expression was complicated. She was also listening from below. This realm was difficult to reach in this lifetime, and she could only sigh softly. Chapter 1754. Yi Fan lectured on scriptures and laws, expounding on the true meaning of the great Tao that existed in the world. He explained many wondrous principles and made many people feel enlightened. For 7 whole days, Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the cliff. The Tao platform there emitted a precious radiance, and he looked dignified like a Buddha or a great demon. His chanting reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, making people unable to extricate themselves. Tao lotuses grew one after another in the void, sparkling and translucent petals fell from the sky, divine springs gurgled on the ground, and the entire jade pool was overflowing with light and color, drowned by the boundless energy of the Tao. Those who came to listen to the scriptures all benefited. Those who benefited greatly felt their hearts become empty and directly comprehended the Tao, breaking through to another realm. Those who benefited less also comprehended secret arts and scriptures, deepening their understanding. This kind of accumulation was greatly beneficial to their future cultivation. This was the cultivation of a great completion Saint Physique. After several days of lecturing, a large group of people broke through. This trip was not in vain. Many people from the outer realms rushed over, filling up the empty space outside the Jade Lake. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Yi Fan's realm wasn't something they could look up to. He was truly high up above, comparable to the ancient emperors. Now that he had become a legendary expert, he could sweep through the cosmos for 100,000 years. At the end of the 7th day, Yi Fan stopped lecturing. A group of people came to greet him. Looking at the familiar faces and their respectful gazes, he knew that some things had changed with the passage of time. It would be difficult to return to the past. Even friends like the Xia Prince and the Jade Lake Saintess were very strict with him. This was enough to show that something was wrong. He didn't deliberately correct them and continued to drink and chat with them like before. After a long time, some of his old friends finally relaxed and no longer felt pressured by his identity and cultivation. Yao Yuekong came and laughed heartily. He and the Xia Prince poured wine into Yi Fan's mouths. Of course, those who had met him a few times and weren't too familiar with him weren't so relaxed. All of them sat upright and still, speaking carefully and cautiously. Meanwhile, the phoenix directly left and didn't come forward to meet him. "Brother Yi, are you going back now? Why don't you stay for a few more days?" Yao Yuekong asked. Yi Fan finished the wine in his cup and said, "Are you still treating me like an outsider? If you really want to see me, then go to the Celestial Court. The door is always open for you. We've fought side by side before, so there's no need to be like this." In the end, he directly said this. "Alright, we're being unreasonable. No matter what, you're still our brother Yi. Even if you surpass the Empyrean level in the future, it won't change the time when we roam the eastern wasteland together. Brother, you should be like this. We will definitely go to the heavenly court. We might just stay there and not leave." Yao Yuekong and Prince Xia Yiming of the Grand Xia laughed out loud. They felt like they had returned to their younger days, when they dominated the eastern barren lands and the central plains, and the stone gambling competition in the northern region Divine City. "Brother Yi, this time, your divine might is matchless, wiping out a restricted region. The effects are too great, you have to be careful yourself. I'm sure the other forbidden zones will be especially wary of you. They might have some tricks up their sleeves," the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said. "There's no need to worry. At the very least, they won't dare for the next 8,000 years. Yi Fan said as his eyes shot out towards the forbidden zones. "Senior Yi, after you leave, will they come out? For example, those children of the forbidden zones?" a young man asked timidly. "Yes, uncle. My mother died in the darkness, and one of my uncles was killed by those people not long ago. Princess Yudai's child, the porcelain doll, had already grown up and was about to cry. This child was very outstanding and had long since become an outstanding talent in the Big Dipper. However, she was indeed not a match for the children of the forbidden zones. She didn't have a good impression of the forbidden zones at all. In the past, when he was in the Bei Do Star region, there were two people among the younger generation who had left a deep impression on Yi Fan. One was a young monk from the western desert, and the other was a porcelain doll. They both had cultivation wisdom roots that ordinary people could not reach. "Don't worry, I won't let them cause trouble." Yi Fan had already gotten up. He stood on the stone cliff and released a sound wave. It wasn't that loud, but it engulfed the entire ancient star. "If the children of the forbidden zones dare to act arrogantly and cause trouble, I will definitely wield weapons and slaughter them." These words weren't all that resounding and could be said to be quite calm. However, they still shook the various regions. This was a type of declaration, but also a type of warning. Yi Fan had established rules for the great forbidden zones. Intolerable bullies. The expressions of those in the forbidden zones immediately changed. Those were the heirs of Emperor Dao experts. When had they ever been ordered around like this? Even their fathers wouldn't act like this. Meanwhile, Yi Fan didn't give them any face. He strictly warned them that if they dared to overstep, they would inevitably suffer a great disaster. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention. He rose up and tore open a golden crack in the heavens, disappearing from the Big Dipper star region and returning to the celestial court. Not long after, people discovered that the children of the Forbidden Zones had come out. Everyone was shaken. Could it be that Yi Fan's words didn't have any effect? Could it be that they had developed rebellious thoughts and wanted to bathe the world in blood? However, they were thinking too much. These people didn't make a move. Moreover, several days later, several of Yi Fan's disciples came to the Big Dipper star region to gain experience. Yi Tong and Yang Shi had obviously come for the children of the Forbidden Zones. They wandered around everywhere. One was about to break through, and the other was a battle-crazed madman who had received orders from his master to come here to guard the place. He's so awe-inspiring. He sent a few disciples here. Does he think he can intimidate us like this? Some people were dissatisfied and raised their eyebrows. However, that was all they could say. What else could they do? Could it be that they really had to provoke the people of Yi Fan's faction? Perhaps the great success Divine Physique was just lacking this kind of excuse. The children of the Forbidden Zones discovered with sorrow that ever since Yi Fan killed the unfettered celestial being, he could truly be called a supreme in this world. Even their fathers didn't want to provoke him. If they had a falling out, that person would definitely slaughter his way into the Forbidden Zones and forcefully force an ancient supreme being to ascend. Once their lifespan was reduced like this, it might be difficult for them to continue living in this world. Yi Fan slaughtered out a brilliant reputation. The people of the Big Dipper star region discovered that they were overthinking things. Many days had passed, and everything was still peaceful. Moreover, since Yi Fan's disciples had come, what else was there to worry about? The children of the Forbidden Zones were all subdued, not daring to act unbridled. Hua Hua, the third disciple who was the least diligent and had wasted too much time, was also going to cross tribulation. He chose to do so outside the Big Dipper star region. Komatsu carried a type of curiosity as he walked through the eastern wastelands, following his master's past footsteps. He wanted to see just how he reached this point. Yi Fan's 4 great disciples all appeared. Everyone became completely at ease, because they discovered with shock that the restricted zone child was purposely avoiding these people. In the end, he chose to travel further away or return to the Forbidden Land, not staying in the same region as them. Time passed slowly, several hundred years passing in a flash. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also reached 1,000 years of age. He mocked himself for becoming someone of the older generation, but his blood energy became even more exuberant. It was because the great success of the Divine Physique, along with several hundred years of consolidation and Tao comprehension, his body's condition reached its current peak. He had never been this powerful before, truly becoming unmatched in divine might. During this period of time, he tried several times, advancing towards the great Emperor realm. He wasn't satisfied with just reaching half his body in, wishing to squeeze the other half in as well. In the end, Yi Fan broke through again. He sublimated to the extreme, reaching the highest peak of his life, achieving the Tao through a different method. Unfortunately, he was just like his predecessors in the past, still lacking, unable to completely step into that domain. The great Tao was like shackles, restricting his steps, preventing him from taking the ultimate leap. Comparatively speaking, he was even stronger than several hundred years ago. After the great perfection of the Divine Physique, it sublimated to the extreme, truly unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. I might have reached the limit of what the Divine Physique can reach in this life. If I want to break through, it really is too difficult. Based on the path I deduced, 9 deaths 1 life, difficult to achieve anything. There was already no path ahead. After several hundred years, Yi Fan achieved the Tao through a different method, standing at the very peak of the human race's Divine Physique. After arriving here, he could only face endless darkness. The path was already cut off, an abyss ahead. Now, he needed to continue the path, so how was he supposed to change it? He was thinking to himself. Those ancient great sage bodies all stopped here, not a single one able to break through. Now, it was his turn. Could it be that he was also going to be stopped here? The broken path of the divine physique, I want to continue, I want to change it. He thought about it day and night, exhausting all of his efforts, using primal chaos as a furnace, almost melting himself away, but he still didn't succeed. The path ahead was broken, and it was difficult to step over. During these years, many things had happened, and one of them had a huge impact. Yang Shi and Yi Tong had fought against the three otherworldly deities, and the two of them had completely wiped them out in the Ziwei Star region. This matter caused a huge uproar, and it even caused a large hand to stretch out from the undying mountain, grabbing towards the two of them and almost grabbing them away. Yi Fan was startled, and he came out at the right time. His true body stepped on the heaven and earth, and with a stomp, he shattered the large hand. This storm was extremely huge, and the entire universe was trembling. A battle between supreme beings was about to erupt, and the atmosphere in the universe was extremely tense. In the end, that supreme being restrained himself and said, "See you on the flying celestial planet." During this terrifying conflict, people also learned that the flying celestial planet was about to undergo a strange change. After several hundred years, perhaps an opportunity for the ancient supreme beings to appear was about to appear again. Stone Emperor, could it be that you're still alive? At that time, Yi Fan's eyes were ice cold. He sensed the aura of another person from that person's body, the Stone Emperor. The storm had passed for 100 years, and Yi Fan stood at the forefront of the broken path of the Saint Physique. He was not afraid of a battle with the archaic emperor, but he also had to make preparations. An earth-shattering battle was about to arrive. On the flying celestial planet, the central seal was cracked, and all kinds of flying celestial lights shot out. Auspicious clouds illuminated the world, and one could vaguely see the great scene of the immortal domain. Will the demonic earth that was sealed in the Age of Legends be the opportunity to become an immortal? Legend has it that an immortal once descended on the flying celestial planet and suppressed several great demon sovereigns. Is he going to appear this time? Before the previous wave had subsided, another wave arose. When Yi Fan was about to reach the end of 1,000 years, the flying celestial planet underwent a strange change, and it attracted the attention of the powerful races of the major galaxies. The Forbidden Zone was also no longer peaceful. A golden age, hee, haha. Someone laughed bitterly. The so-called rise of kings and the arrival of a golden age was truly a type of irony. It hadn't even been 1,000 years, and a supreme being was going to appear in this world again? A golden age will appear, and it will arrive after several thousand years. There will be a magnificent scene of 100 vessels vying for the current. In the end, they will compete for the great Tao, and there will be a confrontation at the peak. Those who become emperors will appear in the future, someone predicted. And this time, a supreme being was going to appear in this world again. Who would care about what would happen after several thousand years? Whether or not an immortal could be seen after the chaos. Chapter 1755. The only fortunate thing was that there was a powerful holy physique, Yi Fan. He had once killed the ancient celestial being who had ascended to the extreme. Now, he was the ruler of the mortal world and was unrivaled. He was a person of this era. His blood energy was as vigorous as the sea, suppressing the cosmos and starry rivers. He was in his prime, and this was far superior to the ancient emperors. No one dared to fight against him. Perhaps he could intimidate the emperors. However, this was only a bit of consolation. Most people were still trembling. After all, there was only one holy physique, and the number of ancient supreme beings was unknown. Is this battle really coming? Immortal ascension again, how many people have you harmed? I hate the golden era, I hate this immortal path, I hate all those who have achieved the Tao. You all should die. Many people were cursing in every part of the world. Miserable winds and miserable rains filled the world, and many people were in fear. The dark turmoil had left them with wounds that had yet to truly heal. Many generations of mortals had changed, but many cultivators had lived through that era. Many people had lost their loved ones and felt bloody pain. I hope that this era's flying immortal star will explode and turn into the greatest calamity since ancient times. It will bury all the supreme beings and end the dark turmoil of the mortal world. A white-haired elder roared while weeping blood. During the great battle on the path of immortality, it was fine if the supreme beings died. However, if they needed to replenish their essence energy because of the tribulation, it would be an unbearable burden. There had been too much blood and pain in the past. When the path of immortality flourishes, the lower-level cultivators suffer. When the path of immortality declines, the lower-level cultivators also suffer. Someone sighed. The vision and hopes of the supreme beings had nothing to do with the lower-level cultivators. The ones who would suffer in the end would be the weak. The flying immortal star underwent a strange change. Its mysteries hadn't even been revealed yet, but the entire cosmos was already restless. There had never been a world like this before. Not even 1,000 years had passed, yet the path of immortality was about to become chaotic twice. This was a miracle that had never happened since ancient times. In the eyes of the lower-level cultivators, this was an unprecedented great demonic tribulation. Those who had experienced it personally and faced endless blood and bones still trembled when they thought about it. As soon as the clues appeared, the powerful clans began to frantically move. They couldn't experience another great tribulation. Which star area was the most desolate? Which star area was the most desolate? Which star area was isolated from the rest of the world, would become their target. An unprecedented great migration of the universe had begun. Many life-ancient lands and powerful races disappeared, heading towards the desolate borders of the cosmos, entering dead star systems no one had ever set foot in before. The cosmos was the first to enter great chaos. The celestial court did not panic. Even though there were all sorts of rumors in the outside world recently, they still followed their orders. Everything was stable, and no one was panicking. The holy body Yifan might not be able to protect the entire universe, but it was enough to protect the celestial court. All the celestial soldiers and celestial generals firmly believed that the road ahead would not be bleak. Only the upper echelons of the celestial court were a little nervous, because the Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others knew that Yifan had a knot in his heart. He missed his good friend Ji Zi, Jiang Taishu, and Gai Jiuyo, who were as important as his father, and he couldn't forget them. He had to take revenge. In particular, when he received the news that the Stone Emperor was still alive, Yifan had been sitting there for 100 years, gazing at the undying Big Dipper. People knew that once the war started, he would definitely rush over and find a chance to kill the Stone Emperor. I'm ready for the war, but before that, I'll open up 10 pure lands for you. No one will be able to discover or break them. The celestial court will split into 10 parts and hide in them separately, Yifan said. Everyone sighed, knowing that he had made up his mind to fight. Perhaps in the end, he would not only be facing an ancient supreme. This would be a bloody battle between great emperors. Don't worry, I'll come back alive because I definitely can't die. The vast battle map that I've mentioned before has yet to be unfolded, but it will definitely come true. Yifan promised. This was the truth. He really couldn't die, or else many people would die because of him. The children of the restricted areas would definitely start a massacre against the battle divisions of the Celestial Court. As long as he was still alive, it would be a kind of deterrence. In the end, no one would dare to make a move, and they would have to constantly attack to protect everything. Cult Master, we have a feeling that the Great Tribulation of the flying celestial planet this time will be very special, but we don't dare to deeply calculate it. Gu Lin and Gu Fei walked over. Nearly 1,000 years had passed, and this pair of siblings had become the most mysterious divine diviners of the celestial court. Have you also sensed it? Asked Yifan. This pair of siblings were indeed astonishingly talented. During this period of time, he had also been constantly deducing and grasping the secret word for. He hoped to occasionally have a flash of inspiration and see a corner of the future. He had always been trying to capture it, and he had always felt that this time would be extraordinary. Hearing them say this, the others were also astonished. The Black Emperor pondered for a long time, but unfortunately, he, who was originally the most intelligent, had exhausted his ability to predict the unknown due to the previous time when the space between his brows had lit up like fire. He could no longer use the secret word for to deduce anything. Use your talents to boldly deduce the future. I'll bear all the terrifying consequences, said Yi Fan after some thought. His strength had reached this realm, and he had the confidence to resist the most terrifying great tribulation in the world. Under his protection, he could shift the cause and effect of the disaster to others within a certain range. Won't this be very dangerous? Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others all frowned. They were afraid that an accident would happen to him. Don't worry, no matter how terrifying it is, it's just the strongest attack of a great emperor. It won't be difficult for me, said Yi Fan calmly. Gu Fei and Gu Lin looked at each other. Finally, under Yi Fan's encouragement, they calmed down and sat cross-legged on a huge white turtle shell. They faced each other as if they had transformed into yin and yang, and began to deduce. They were originally spiritual children, and yin and yang stood side by side, mutually resolving calamities. Now, with such a promise from Yi Fan, they could naturally be at ease and act boldly. Everyone retreated, far away from this isolated island floating in the universe. Mist pervaded the air, and a mysterious aura emerged. This place had become a field of chaos. The white turtle shell was found by Yi Fan when he was traveling in the chaotic universe 200 years ago. It was suspected to be the remains left behind by the black turtle before achieving the Tao, and it had an indescribable power. At this moment, milky white brilliance flowed and blended with the chaotic chi, drowning the siblings. Runes lit up one after another on the turtle shell, turning into mysterious scriptures that lined up here. Apart from using their own divination techniques, Gu Fei and Gu Lin were also operating the former secret word. The two were connected to the Tao heart of heaven and earth, and at this moment, a wave of light appeared in front of them. It was as if they had seen a corner of the blurry future. Yes, even Yi Fan could feel an aura of the future spreading out. Boom! In the center of the sky, a beam of immortal light from the absolute beginning struck down, intertwined with five-colored divine light and flowing with the essence of primal chaos. It was incomparably terrifying, and then it gathered lightning from all directions, covering the area below. Everyone was shocked. This was the divine tribulation of a great emperor, and it was definitely an unparalleled lightning that could injure an ancient emperor. It was difficult for them to imagine what Gu Lin and Gu Fei had seen to actually trigger such a calamity. It was too much to use it to strike down two people with low cultivation. Rise! Amidst the endless emperor's tribulation, Yi Fan shouted loudly. His vision expanded and covered this divine island, protecting the siblings. He reversed the situation and directed all the calamity towards himself. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The universe seemed like it was about to dry up. Yi Fan's fist power overflowed into the sky, forcefully resisting the unparalleled divine tribulation and defeating it. Fortunately, this great tribulation was just a strike from the heavens, and it wasn't a boundless and endless emperor-level divine punishment. When the light disappeared, the divine island was unharmed. However, there were many cracks on the white turtle shell. This shocked the people who rushed over. However, when they saw that the pale-faced Gu Fei and Gu Lin were unscathed, they finally relaxed. What did you guys see? The Black Emperor asked. The others were also very nervous as they looked at the siblings. It was a vast expanse, extremely blurry. There were many lights and shadows, but I couldn't see clearly. This is an unpredictable future. Gu Fei's face was completely pale as he spoke. Yes, the future cannot be predicted. Gu Lin also spoke like this. Everyone was dumbfounded. This time, it was definitely not a small matter. Was it already like this before they could even predict it? This kind of calamity was too terrifying. The road ahead made them feel uneasy. Voila! Suddenly, the white tortoise shell shattered, turning into pieces that scattered all over the divine island. The island was unharmed, so why did it shatter? Even Yi Fan was shocked. This was the remains left behind by a supreme being before achieving the Tao. It was sturdy and undying, yet it actually broke apart just like that. This is a divine armor, a divine object of innate divination. It divined the future. Suddenly, the siblings cried out loudly. They understood a corner of the future from the shattered tortoise shell. They were incomparably shocked, and even their lips began to tremble. What happened? Everyone asked. There will be a great calamity. A few of the most powerful emperors and emperors will die. When this sentence was spoken, everyone's minds were greatly shaken. As expected, it was going to be another bitter battle. What else? Hua Hua asked. We are going to see immortals in this world. Someone has become an immortal. Gu Lin and Gu Fei loudly spoke the ultimate secret they had seen through. With just this sentence, the entire cosmos rumbled like thunder, making the heavens shake violently. Many cultivators from all over the world raised their heads and looked towards the sky in confusion. They were incredibly bewildered. Someone was going to ascend to immortality in this world, and it was on that star with the same name. This news was earth-shattering and shook the celestial court. Even Yi Fan was stupefied. Since ancient times, how many human emperors and emperors of powerful races sought immortality? They wanted to break into another world, break through the undying, and seek immortality. However, they all failed. Now, someone was saying that someone was going to ascend to immortality in this world and would succeed. How could they not be shocked? This was unprecedented since ancient times. A miracle was about to take place. Immortals were going to appear in this world. This was a great event that had never happened before. The celestial court was in an uproar. They were incomparably shocked. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. The greatest opportunity to become an immortal was going to appear in the near future. If they could grasp it, then they would create history. This time, the flying immortal star's great calamity exceeded my expectations. Yi Fan sighed softly. He felt that it was necessary to change his strategy. If there really was hope of becoming an immortal, he naturally had to bring along the celestial court's troops. Rumble, in the ancient flying immortal star's central sealed area, stone tablets rose from the ground one after another. They towered above the surface, tall and majestic, mysterious and ancient. On top of them, there were many densely packed words engraved. It was unknown which era they belonged to, and it was impossible to understand them. Is this a cemetery of immortals and demons? Can we fight our way into the immortal world from here? An ancient supreme being transformed into a void image and arrived here ahead of time. Chapter 1756. Since there is hope of becoming an immortal, then we have to make other preparations. I will open up the 10 great pure lands. You all wait quietly. If I get the opportunity to become an immortal, I will guide you all through it together, Yi Fan said seriously. They had to fight for it in this era. The prophecy of flying immortals had actually appeared, and history was about to be created. Everyone in the life-forbidden zone would definitely come to conquer it. Needless to say, there would be an unimaginably intense clash soon. All the emperors would rise up and fight for the path of immortals. Perhaps they would fight until the universe was shattered. Father, you must be careful. A young girl was full of worry. Hundreds of years had passed, and little Violet had grown up. She was elegant and beautiful, but now she was a little worried. She was very similar to Ji Ziyue. Usually, she was playful and cute, full of youth and vigor. She was well liked in the celestial court. Yi Fan rubbed her head and said, "Don't worry. I messed it up," little Violet mumbled, her black hair flowing with luster. The group of children had all grown up, each of them stunning geniuses, surpassing their parents. Many of them had surpassed their parents, making the celestial court more and more prosperous. The only one that didn't change was little Nan Nan. She was still so young, fair and tender, cute and innocent. She was still the little one that everyone wanted to protect. "Uncle, let us go with you to the path of immortals?" Li Heishui's boy and Dongfang Ye's child were the most active. They all revealed hopeful expressions. They didn't want to enter the path of immortals, they clearly wanted Yi Fan to bring them there to experience it. "You guys better behave." Dongfang Yi knocked their heads one by one. The celestial court was full of talents with endless potential. When the group of children grew up, they would be able to support the sky and prosper. Next, Yifan started to get busy. He was opening up the sky. Chaotic energy surged, and the myriad energy cauldron rose and fell, absorbing all the innate essence in the pure lands he had opened up. At his level, opening up a divine domain was naturally not a problem. It wasn't difficult to decorate it with real stars, because people at this level could do so. Yifan wanted to establish 10 great pure lands for the celestial soldiers and generals to take refuge in. During the process of splitting open the sky, his disciples and the important figures of the celestial court were all watching. This was not a small world, but a true divine realm. It was worth observing and comprehending. Yifan's magic force surged as it derived life and death, established the absolute beginning, stabilized the world, and recreated stars. The methods he revealed were truly admirable. When splitting open the sky in the primal chaos, one would occasionally come across some strange materials. Some of them were extremely precious, and it was difficult to find a second one. However, apart from great emperor-level characters, it was impossible for others to split open the sky and earth like this. It was shocking that Yifan wanted to open up 10th heaven. Ding! A light sound rang out. When the 8th layer of heaven was opened, a streak of scarlet light flickered, colliding with the all-life source cauldron. It actually didn't shatter, and there was even flowing light that flew out. We dug up a primal chaos immortal treasure. Hua Hua cried out, extremely excited. He wasn't as fast as the Black Emperor. With a swipe of his paw, Big Black directly pressed down on his bald head. He rushed over first and opened his mouth to bite. In terms of treasure-snatching ability, apart from Duanda, no one could compare. Uncle Black Emperor, what are you doing? The group of children all looked towards him. I forgot, we're all on the same side. The treasure rots in the pot and can't escape. It's just a conditioned reflex, the Black Emperor said embarrassedly. Little Z, Yen Xiao, Dongfang Changsheng, and the other children all snickered. Meanwhile, Li Tian, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and the others were relatively calm. It would be strange if Big Black didn't have this kind of reaction. It really is a celestial material. When the Black Emperor took out that treasure from the primal chaos, everyone was shocked. Phoenix blood crimson gold. Everyone's eyes were burning. It was actually phoenix blood crimson gold. This was a material used by great ancient emperors to refine weapons. No one would have thought that they would actually obtain such a large piece when splitting open the sky and earth. That's not right. This isn't an innate piece of essence. It has been refined by someone. Look, this is a section of a halberd. There are even ancient Tao marks. How long ago did this fall? The Black Emperor was shocked. Everyone surrounded him. Even Yifan was shocked. The primal chaos was filled with innate things. If it wasn't in the big universe, how could there be a weapon fragment? It's an Emperor Law remnant mark. Yifan said after appraising it. This halberd had fallen countless years ago, and there were still Tao marks within it that hadn't been destroyed. How is this possible? Could it be that a supreme warrior fought here, broke his weapon, and was buried in the primal chaos in the end? Impossible. The Black Emperor shook his head. He had been watching Yifan split open the sky and earth. The primal chaos here was like an ocean. There was no path, and there had never been a battle. It could be said that this was an innate land. Before, no one could come here, and it had always been this desolate. Then what is going on? Uncle Yi, hurry up and open the sky. Let's see if there are any more immortal treasures here. A child shouted excitedly. Yifan frowned slightly. He caressed the broken halberd and felt the boundless power of time. This type of emperor law was shockingly ancient. It didn't belong to any legendary emperor. He continued to split open the sky and earth, excavating another pure land. He didn't obtain any more phoenix blood scarlet gold, but he dug out a small half of a broken tablet. There were a few words carved on it, but unfortunately, he didn't recognize a single one. Words that surpass the era of legends, no one can recognize them. This was the consensus of everyone. Even if they found someone to look at it, they could only shake their heads. It's the same as the words on the tablet in the underworld. It's from the same era. Yi Fan sighed. When he spoke these words, his mind was greatly shaken. Was this history of annihilation? Was this a reincarnation? Several great eras were buried here, and this was the remnant? At that moment, Yi Fan's mind was greatly shaken. This so-called reincarnation cycle was even more vast than he had imagined. It buried the universe and returned to the primal chaos. Later on, the universe was reopened, and there were different civilizations and developments. Was it really like this? When he thought of this possibility, his whole body turned cold. The so-called change of eras had been overturned countless times. Immortals. In the end, Yi Fan thought of this word. Only by living forever and breaking through eternity could one understand everything. Otherwise, one would be a flower in the universe, blooming and then withering. Even a great emperor was only the most beautiful flower in the world. Even the universe has an end. When the heaven and earth change again, what will be left? The only way is to jump out, Yi Fan said softly. This unexpected discovery had greatly moved him. Uncle Yi, hurry up and open a few more layers. Maybe you can dig out a pile of treasures. Dongfang Changxing smiled. What does a child know? Don't talk nonsense. Dongfang Yi rewarded him with a slap. Even for a great emperor, it would be very strenuous to continue such a large-scale creation of heaven and earth. This was because this wasn't a small world but a true vast pure land. It wouldn't be a problem for one to be sealed inside for countless years. In the end, this part of the phoenix blood halberd was given by Yi Fan to the mountain phoenix. This old quasi-emperor's strength had improved greatly in these years and had become one of the top forces of the celestial court, one of the protectors. This harvest made the old mountain phoenix extremely happy and excited. Do you need me and my daughter to go with you? Ji Ziyue asked before they parted. Her expression was gentle. After cultivating to the late stage, the terror of the origin spirit body was undoubtedly revealed. Perhaps her cultivation wasn't that heaven-defying, but if she walked together with a supreme expert, she could increase the power of the other party's laws. Moreover, she could absorb the origin source of heaven and earth, allowing supreme experts to recover faster. It could be said that she was close to an immortal and was naturally protected. It was fine if the origin spirit body wasn't complete, but once it succeeded, it would be an existence close to an immortal. This was the conclusion that the Black Emperor and Yi Fan had deduced in private. This kind of physique was too rare. Since ancient times, there were only 2 or 3 of them, and they all died young. Now, Ji Ziyue had this kind of innate bloodline, and Little Purple had also inherited it. That was why both mother and daughter hoped to travel with Yi Fan and lend him a helping hand. No need, wait for my return. Yi Fan shook his head firmly. He didn't want his wife and daughter to take risks. After arranging the matters of the celestial court, he set off and headed straight for the flying immortal star. On the great star, there were many wild beasts and barbaric birds flying across the sky. The primitive ancient forests were densely covered, the great mountains were magnificent, and the waterfalls were like the Milky Way hanging down from the 9 heavens. This was a magnificent world. But recently, it wasn't peaceful. All the experts were restless, and all the strange beasts and birds were roaring and crying. The abnormality at the center was becoming more and more terrifying. One could directly hear the roars and ancient monuments. Demonic energy and immortal mist rose together. The most important thing was that there were supreme beings who appeared and came here to observe. They were preparing for the great battle that was about to happen. Yi Fan came without any concealment. The sea of stars was shaken, and the tens of thousands of spirits on the flying immortal star were greatly moved. The arrival of a divine physique that achieved the Tao was even more terrifying than the ancient supreme beings. This was because his blood energy was vigorous. Moreover, through actual combat, he had killed the ascended celestial being. There was no need to doubt his prestige and divine might. These are all sealing steels. Yi Fan sighed softly. Now that the seal had loosened, these monuments had left the depths of the earth and appeared in the world. It was obvious that the seal below couldn't be maintained for much longer. It could no longer suppress this secret land, and all the secrets would be revealed. He didn't recognize the inscriptions on the monument, and only a few words could be vaguely made out. Yi Fan stared at them. They were the emperor characters, representing the extreme of the Tao. They were the same in ancient times and were used to suppress this place. They weren't the essence of the 9 emperor characters from the Tao scriptures, nor were they the emperor characters from the extreme Yin mother scriptures and extreme Yang immortal scriptures. Those characters only represented a type of sealing Tao. They resonated with the great Tao, rumbling and resounding through the ages. Yi Fan watched for a long time, but he didn't take action. He entered outer space and sat in an expanse of void, overlooking the great star below to defend it. Just like that, time passed quickly. An entire 49 years passed. He didn't move at all. Apart from comprehending the Tao, he gazed at the flying immortal star. During this period of time, the incarnations of supreme beings came and left. The great life-restricted regions all took action. There were unmatched existences that came to observe this place, wishing to find out what was going on. Everyone was waiting. Wind blows before a great storm. Everyone knew that the seal of this place was about to be completely destroyed. The secrets of the Earth's core were about to appear. However, not a single person went to undo the seal first. The emperors were all extremely patient, all of them waiting. They were actually waiting for the arrival of this heaven-defying great era, waiting for the immortal path to open. Yi Fan wasn't the only one who sensed something. The various great life-restricted regions' imperial Tao supreme beings were able to reach that level, so how could they be ordinary? They also used secret methods and forbidden techniques to understand an indistinct future, guessing at some of the shocking results. Walala. The sounds of iron chains shook the heavens. It was as if immortals and devils were about to appear, as if they were currently crossing realms from immortal domain to push open that tightly locked great gate. Chapter 1757. Everyone knew that the moment was about to arrive. The critical point of a shocking change was not far away. The atmosphere was suffocating. The tens of thousands of spirits on the flying celestial star trembled. All kinds of wild beasts and birds were wailing. The saint-level existences brought their clansmen and moved away. They no longer dared to conspire and fantasize. In reality, most of them had left long ago. Over the years, the paragons had manifested themselves as void gods to fight here. No matter how heaven-defying the sages were and how much they desired to enter the immortal domain, they couldn't compete with those people. Yi Fan's eyes opened and closed. He sat cross-legged in the cosmos and stared at the huge star in front of him. He saw the 36th clan moving away from the flying celestial star. The great clans moved and covered the sky as they rushed towards the starry sky. There were huge beast venerables and divine birds that could suppress the sun and moon. These were all Kunlun's remnant races. Even powerful beings like them had to bow their heads at this moment. Ancestor, I hope you can win. Yi Fan was shocked. He was in the void and actually sensed a hornless dragon's telepathy. He captured the psyche ripple. This was shocking. Was there an ancestor of Kunlun's remnant races under the seal? Something was not right. The time didn't match. He extended his divine will and probed the great desolate beasts. He also sensed the thoughts of a few other divine bird clans. Unfortunately, he didn't make any shocking discoveries. These remnant races only felt that this place might be related to their ancestors. The universe was undergoing a great migration. The last batch of Qi practitioners on the flying celestial star and Kunlun's remnant races were the slowest. Fear had spread throughout the years and the other regions had already moved. Even the celestial court was the same. The 10 great secret realms were opened. The Black Emperor, the human demon, Yi Tong, and a few other important figures personally led the teams to seal everyone in. Boom! The last monument appeared on the flying celestial star. It was even taller than the others. The densely packed runes flickered on its surface. With its appearance, the entire monument forest seemed to have come to life. The earth rumbled and all the monuments moved. A world-shaking change took place. Yifan sat in the starry sky and his brows twitched. The mountains and rivers had changed. The steel forest at the center of the ancient land moved, outlining a boundless territory. There were 9 dragons within, all of them charging through. The terrain rose and fell, the mountains and valleys changing, revealing their original appearance. 9 great dragons coiled about the ancient land at the center, countless small mountains in their surroundings rumbling. These were 10,000 dragons. 10,000 dragons had to enter the ground and enter another world. This was the true topography of the flying immortal star's sealed land. Only now did it appear. Dense mist rose and the roars of immortals and devils were faintly discernible. They shook the high heavens. No one had expected the shocking change to happen so quickly. After 49 years of continuous evolution, the final moment directly triggered the grand scheme. The seal of the flying immortal planet was about to be removed. Demonic energy surged, immortal energy erupting. Over 10,000 dragons seemed to have revived, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They transformed from mountains and rivers into tangible bodies, wishing to shatter the everlasting and enter the immortal realm. The clanking of chains broke the silence and became clearer. This was not the sound of a door lock, but more like the movement of shackles. Someone was trying to break free. There was something alive inside. Boom! An enormous sound rang through the air. An expanse of dazzling radiance shot out from the underground world, tearing apart the void. A passage appeared, large amounts of light flying out. The immortal path has appeared. It was unknown who was the first to cry out in alarm. All those who experienced the great calamity of the Northern Dipper knew that this was an immortal path's reign of light. The passage was a great crack in immortal domain. It had appeared before in the past, and now, it appeared again. It really is related to immortality. This place is going to open up another path. Someone said with a sigh. A figure silently appeared in his original location. There was a supreme being who hurried over. His body was extremely indistinct, those outside unable to see him clearly. It was clearly an Imperial Tao Supreme Being. The restricted area of the Northern Dipper swayed, rumbling like thunder. There were people who were going to appear again, about to hurry towards the flying immortal star. After waiting for so many years, they finally waited for this era. They had to resist, seize fate from the heavens, strive for the undying and long life. If they missed out on this era, they might not have another chance. An enormous dong sounded. The great earth below was muffled, making one's heart tremble. Then, rubble flew into the sky, many giant monuments exploding, turning into dust. The great cracks of the immortal path extended outwards, exploding with the central sealed land at the center. It was as if a bullet pierced through glass. Roar! Finally, a world-shaking roar sounded, accompanied by the sound of great chains. There was a colossus that struggled free, about to appear in this world. I am going to achieve immortality in this era. This was a type of tremendous fluctuation, shattering the heavens. Yifan activated the origin immortal eyes, seeing an inconceivable scene. There was a giant snake below that was like a stellar stream, just too large, entire body resplendent. However, immortal chains pierced through its body, locking it down below. Apart from this, there was another piece of immortal source that was far from its body. However, it struggled free from within, clearly only revealing its massive body after breaking free. Hua Snake, one of Kunlun's ancestors. It is still alive, waiting here. The supreme being that stood here said quietly. Hong. Great winds and clouds moved. Within Origin Ancient Mine, an expanse of resplendent multicolored light erupted with undying auspicious brilliance. A great purple dragon soared into the sky, covering the heavens, shaking up the past, present, and future. This was especially the case when a dragon cry sounded, making all directions tremble. It quickly turned into a purple-haired male with a medium build. He wasn't all that majestic, but he was intimidating, imposing even without being angry. His purple pupils were deep like a sea, and then they suddenly erupted with two streaks of purple lightning, tearing apart the cosmos, shaking up the boundless stellar streams. This was an archaic emperor. In the depths of the starry sky, purple golden radiance erupted. Bell sounds rang through the air. A great dragon rushed through the endless star systems, directly entering the Great Dipper, descending. The one who slept the most deeply has woken up, never appearing in this world before. He only appeared today, turns out he was still alive. An expert in the restricted region said with a sigh. The bell sounds were long and drawn out, purple light surging. A great dragon spiraled about above the middle-aged male's head. That was the 10,000 dragon bell. It was overjoyed and moved, never expecting its master to still be alive. Correct, the middle-aged man was the 10,000 dragon emperor, someone who was believed to have died in a seated posture in history, someone who had long ceased to exist. Now, he appeared in this world. This made everyone feel deep reverence. Origin ancient mind was terrifying after all, deep and immeasurable. There was actually such a great deity hidden here, someone who shouldn't exist in this world. The divine body is in great trouble. Since he woke up from his slumber, how could he not get revenge? His daughter was ruthlessly killed by that divine body. A supreme being said with a smile. The divine body most likely doesn't care anymore, right? What if he has good relations with that restricted region lord? If he truly wants to seize the immortal path, it will all be a life and death battle. Another person said with a sigh. At this moment, the stellar streams exploded. There were people from Immortal Tomb who rushed into the heavens as well. Then, they hurried over with the 10,000 Dragon Emperor, destroying everything in their path. Once their auras were released, nothing could stop them. Even great stars were turned into dust. In the blink of an eye, they arrived on Flying Immortal Star. Together with the one from before, three figures immediately appeared in this chaotic land, staring at the Immortal Path world. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor's eyes were ice-cold. He fiercely raised his head towards the star domain Yifan was in. Two streaks of purple lightning shot out from his eyes, illuminating the void. However, he didn't take action, instead suddenly turning around, facing the sealed land again. Hua Shi, that's Kunlun's ancestor. Wasn't he killed by the Emperor Zun? Why is he still in this world? The supreme beings from Immortal Tomb were shocked. Back then, the Emperor Zun was unmatched throughout the 9 heavens 10 earths, and then he attacked Immortal Mountain Kunlun, seizing the Immortal Bell, provoking the supreme beings they named themselves. However, they couldn't stop his footsteps. It was rumored that Hua Shi was killed, but now, he reappeared in this world. Hong. The enormous snake body underground moved about, smashing apart mountains and rivers. It wanted to struggle free, shouting, "I want to achieve immortality. The immortal path of this world will be opened for me." It's gone mad. Why did the Emperor Zun leave it behind? Moreover, it was sealed in a precious immortal source. If it was left for the enemy, wouldn't that be a waste? There were supreme beings who were confused. However, no one said anything. These three individuals all felt restraining fear towards each other, all of them separating, staying quite far from each other. For the sake of seizing the immortal path, there might be an ultimate battle between them. Dong! Suddenly, there was another explosion from the depths of the seal. As a large piece of the immortal source disintegrated, a Taoist with disheveled hair rushed out. His 4 limbs were shackled, and he raised his head and roared. His hair had long turned gray, but that kind of power shocked the 3 supreme beings present. They were all astonished. There was an indescribable power vibrating out. At this moment, mountains and rivers were destroyed, all living things withered. Endless plant essence and the vitality of all living beings flowed out, converging towards him. Break! The 10,000 Dragon Emperor shouted. Heaven and earth exploded, laws swept out, isolating the front because he discovered that this strange Taoist also wanted to absorb his essence. This was a terrifying person, causing the 3 great supreme beings to shiver. As an expert of this Tao, the gray-haired Taoist was definitely not a nobody. He was very dangerous. Nirvana celestial being. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor said word by word. Just now, he made a move, colliding with that person's power. He felt that kind of great Tao and immediately knew who it was. One of the 9 great celestial being from the legendary era. No one dared to look down on him, not even the ancient emperors. No one would have thought that a supreme being was suppressed here. It was simply unimaginable. Even the 9 great celestial being had been captured. This was a major event that would shake the ages. Outside the starry sky, Yifan's immortal eyes flickered. He muttered to himself, things are getting more and more interesting. Even the celestial being is still alive here. Is the immortal ascension ancient path really going to appear? Immortal music rang out, the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. Dense multicolored mist rose. Strange movements came from the depths of the seal. A mysterious creature was awakening, about to appear in this world. Is this arranged according to the era? Hua Shi, celestial being, and then? Are we really going to meet an immortal? The existence from the immortal mausoleum muttered to himself. Boom! The supreme fluctuations were ferocious and tyrannical. The immortal mist surged, but it could not conceal the aura of the creature below. It was extremely terrifying and indescribable. This can't really be a creature from the immortal domain, right? But why was it sealed here? Wang! The void trembled. In the depths of the seal, densely packed symbols appeared, shining outwards. Immortal light tore through the heavens, making one's soul become unsteady. What kind of seal is this? It's so ancient. No, that's not right. This is the origin seal. Heavenly Lord of Void Destruction and Hua Shi were only sealed here later. That living being was already here before that. This type of sealing method is so powerful. Is there someone like this in this world? Could it be that it was suppressed by an emperor? However, the timing doesn't match. At this moment, even the supreme beings in the restricted region sighed in admiration. They felt that this place was too mysterious. This place exceeded their expectations, having secrets they didn't think they knew about. Chapter 1758. This was like an immortal well, surging with milky white immortal energy, mysterious and unfathomable. Immortal multicolored light flew out from the depths of the earth's core, tens of thousands of streaks of auspicious light and tens of thousands of symbols densely packed together, leaving everyone shocked. This was already not just the profound mysteries of formation patterns, but also a powerful personal imprint. Someone used a remnant mark to seal this place, displaying unrivaled divine might. It was precisely because of this that the immortal well seemed incomparably terrifying. Who exactly was it? The first person everyone thought of was an emperor sovereign. Perhaps only he could be this heaven-defying. However, in reality, this was not the case. The power of the seal had existed for a long time, and there were undying traces at the heart of the formation, flowing with an ancient aura, everlasting and undying. It's the ancient desolate tower. The great supreme being's expressions changed, recognizing that diagram. It was exactly the same as the legendary ancient desolate tower. Even though it was a diagram, it also possessed that kind of aura. Could it be that the legends are true, that there was an indescribable and recorded chaotic ancient era? There was an even more ancient immortal dynasty. The expression of the supreme being from the immortal mausoleum changed, his face full of seriousness. What kind of seal was open today? It was becoming more and more unfathomable. It was difficult to trace back the years, endless without end. What exactly happened in the past, whether or not there was an immortal descending into this world, it was already impossible to confirm. They could only imagine. Hong. The center of the seal split apart, the symbols shattering on their own. The sound of iron chains rang out, and dazzling light shot out. A tattered mountain of flesh flew out. It was unknown what kind of creature it was, but it was wrapped within an old bag. In addition, there was a sparkling substance that flew out. That was something similar to an immortal source, something that was originally used to seal it. A vermilion bird? Everyone was shocked. They felt a scorching heat, and that mountain of flesh split apart, revealing an expanse of scarlet redness. Flames jumped about, and a vermilion bird's head reached out. Its gaze was vicious, making one feel as if their skin was being cut by blades. Kacha. As the mountain of flesh broke apart, a scarlet body that was like blood was revealed. This was an enormous wolf's body, but scarlet scales covered the surface of its body, and its tail was that of a dragon. What kind of monster was this? It was scarlet like blood and covered densely in scales. It had the head of a vermilion bird, the tail of a wolf, and the tail of a dragon. A vicious aura surged out. This was a creature that didn't belong to the ancient emperor's knowledge. Could it really be a supreme being from the chaotic ancient era that was sealed until this era? Dao friend, which era are you from? The 10,000 Dragons Emperor asked. What they received in response was a loud and long cry. It was like the cry of a phoenix, but also like the roar of a dragon. It was deafening and rushed into the heavens. The stars above exploded and the river of stars collapsed. This was a type of supreme aura that covered heaven and earth, unstoppable. If not for the flying immortal stars' great formation, as well as the three supreme beings standing guard, this place would definitely have been crushed into powder. Nothing would have remained. Those individuals frowned. There was something wrong with the supreme experts in the sealed land. Their primordial spirits had all suffered serious injuries, not all that normal. It was difficult to communicate with them. Immortal ascension, hee, haha. I am the only one. In the end, the prehistoric creature let out a creepy laugh. It was almost crazy like a snake. The only one that looked normal was the celestial being of Nirvana, whose eyes were closed. What happened today was destined to shock the universe, and it was extremely likely that it would change history. Hua Shi, the celestial being from the Age of Legends, and the mysterious creature from the Age of Chaos all broke out of the seal at the same time. No one knew what secrets they had. They blocked the path of immortality. Kacha. The formation patterns were shattering. Immortal light became resplendent. The great earth rumbled, continuously caving in. Great cracks spread from immortal domain, revealing the depths of the sealed land. The path of immortality reappeared. A rain of light scattered down, accompanied by large amounts of pure white flower petals, sparkling and translucent. This was a dreamlike world, one that made one's heart tremble and feel intoxicated. In that instant, the supreme beings' minds all became absent-minded. The dream of immortality was something that many emperors struggled with since the ancient times, but in the end, they all failed. Now wasn't the time to be absent-minded. The true battle had arrived. There was no luck to speak of on this path. They could only fight their way in, there were no shortcuts. Immortal Ascension Road. An enormous monument towered below the stellar river, slowly rising from the sealed land, standing on that path of light. It looked just that high and unapproachable. Immortal Tao laws. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor cried out in shock. The only chance to achieve immortality might have truly arrived. It was in this era. The three supreme beings in front of the path spoke softly, their eyes shining with deep divine light. Chi. The supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum was the first to rush in. He saw the abnormalities. There weren't any obstructions on the immortal path, so perhaps they really could smoothly enter. This era belongs to me. Hua Shi cried out loudly. Its enormous body was like a stellar river, resplendent and dazzling. It immediately swept over, coiling around the path of immortality a step ahead. It was drenched in ascension light, its aura becoming even more terrifying. It directly took action against the supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum, releasing the most terrifying attack. Swoosh! The other supreme being avoided them, disappearing with a flash, entering even deeper. He stepped on the great golden path, looking at the Immortal Ascension monument in front of him, his expression excited. Tao friend, you can achieve immortality in this era, but you have to pass through my trial first. Suddenly, the Nirvana celestial being opened his eyes. Gray hair scattered about, a terrifying aura spreading, making heaven and earth tremble. Without a doubt, he was still clear-headed. If this supreme being wanted to go over, he had to fight against him. Both sides immediately entered a deadlock. In the end, that prehistoric creature locked onto the 10,000 Dragon Emperor. No one could calmly go over, the immortal path blocked. Walala sounds rang out. Iron chains moved the heavens. Regardless of whether it was Hua Shi or the Nirvana celestial being, they were all locked up. It was difficult for them to leave this place, but a great battle was enough. In reality, everyone began to doubt if those divine chains could lock down their revived selves. Are you really going to stand in our way? Yes. The path of immortality cannot be crossed by emperors. If there is you, there won't be me. It is just this cruel. What is there to say? Let's just fight. The one who spoke was a white tiger in the starry sky. It threw itself over murderously. Another supreme being from the Big Dipper restricted region arrived, turning into a white-haired Taoist, his nature unyielding. Hong. There was no way to avoid this battle. It directly erupted. The seal was strange to begin with. With these three blocking them, they could only fight their way over and get rid of them. Tao friend, I have come to lend you all a helping hand. Let's step into immortal domain together. At this time, another figure appeared, moving on the moon and stars, crossing over from the Big Dipper, entering the Ascension immortal star domain. His entire body shone. Even though he was in human form, he had all types of wild beast characteristics, for example, Kuan Peng wings, barbaric ox horns, Chilan armor. When all of these were combined together, it seemed extremely strange. Beast God. Everyone knew who he was. He came from the divine ruins, an archaic creature who achieved the Tao, known as the Beast God. His magical force was vigorous, deep and immeasurable. 5 great supreme beings moved out together. They were going to move together, intimidate the world. However, their numbers didn't stop here. A streak of immortal radiance tore through the everlasting from origin ancient mine. Another figure tore through the void murderously, phoenix cries shaking the heavens. Heavens, could it be an undying immortal phoenix? Cries of alarm sounded from all parts of the cosmos. Everyone saw a giant phoenix move through the sky, stellar rivers extinguished, unable to stop it from spreading its wings and taking to the skies. When it descended on Ascension Star, it turned into a weapon, Phoenix Wing Gilded Hoe. Its brilliance was resplendent, within the golden color there was a bit of blood, illuminating the heavens. Phoenix cries sounded unendingly, shattering the endless starry sky. The aura was berserk, making even Yifan's mind tremble in outer space. This was actually a weapon. Another type of long life method appeared. There were supreme beings who turned themselves into weapons. Of course, it wasn't a complete transformation, but rather just for the sake of living a bit longer, merging the primordial spirit with the Tao weapon, becoming a special life form. Turns out it is a Tao friend from Blood Phoenix Mountain. I heard that you took a different path, but the amount of time you can remain clear-headed for isn't much. Have you been well these past few years? The Beast God asked. Not that well, about to become a pure weapon. This world is my only chance, or else my divine senses will forever be sealed, forever ignorant. The Phoenix Wing Gilded Hoe spoke. It was Blood Phoenix Mountain's ancestor. Later on, it stepped onto a different type of long life path, entering Origin Ancient Mine, never appearing again. The world was greatly shaken. Those who were originally thought to have died were actually in the restricted regions, not even Blood Phoenix Mountain themselves aware that their ancestor was alive. Father. In the depths of the distant star domain, a blood-haired, indistinct figure stood there, his fists tightly clenched. He was precisely Huang Shudao. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Origin Ancient Mine was too astonishing. Just what kind of supreme beings were hidden inside? No one could see through them, unable to guess. Right now, 6 great supreme beings personally appeared here, unknowingly forming an alliance. They were going to advance the path of immortality together, face the 3 individuals in front of them, their confidence great. Last time, not a single one of them appeared, not agreeing with the opportunity from hundreds of years ago. However, this time, they all stood out, proving that their judgment was extremely extraordinary. These 6 individuals were definitely terrifying to the extreme. Right now, just the surging aura alone made many great stars in the starry sky forever dim, turning them into ashes. They were breathing in and out innate spiritual essence, adjusting their bodies' conditions, wishing to fight their way in with their most powerful bodies. There were some who looked coldly into outer space, giving Yifan a look, but didn't take action. If he didn't come down, not compete with them, then he wasn't their opponent. After experiencing the great calamity last time, the number of supreme beings seemed to be a bit lacking, but every single one of them were terrifying figures, their strength still incomparably great. Hong! A great battle erupted. The 6 of them slaughtered Huashi, Nirvana's celestial being, and prehistoric creatures together, making this place erupt with commotion. Without the immortal path symbols, everything would inevitably turn to ashes. Heaven collapsed and earth split, ghosts wept and deities howled. The immortal path was extremely ruthless, everything was empty. Right now, only strength was the most fundamental principle. The star system shattered, a rain of light filling the skies, immortal energy pure white, violently spreading. No matter how strong Huashi and the others were, they still couldn't stop these 3 individuals. However, shocking changes took place. The seal's formation patterns appeared, the aura surging like a sea. An ancient formation platform appeared, all of the auras released by everyone being devoured. Meanwhile, Huashi, Nirvana's celestial being, and prehistoric creatures' blood energy surged frantically, extracted. The 3 of them were incredibly shaken. What is this? The white tiger Daoist was shocked. It's the aura of an emperor. The phoenix wing gilded hoe moved, scarlet multicolored light surging, sharp blades flickering with cold light. What, the emperor, he, is still alive. This was shocking news. The ancient land rumbled with noise. A wave of boundless aura surged, resonating with heaven and earth. Large amounts of stellar seas were extinguished, all of the essence energy frantically surging, filling this place. Emperor. Suddenly, Nirvana's celestial being cried out loudly, going crazy to the extreme. He seemed to have recovered from his slightly normal state, completely clear-headed. His head of gray hair danced about chaotically, continuously exploding the heavens. A wave of boundless blood energy took form. It was as if an unmatched ruler had revived. Everyone, hurry and take action, stop him from coming out. The white tiger Daoist roared loudly. So what if he is an emperor? No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than all of us combined? Does he want to seize all of our hopes at the entrance of the immortal path? Kill him. The beast god roared.